La Vita Italianello 1850-1831I. Storia by Silvio Pellico. Italian Life in the Risorgimento A15-1831I. History. Il Pensieroso by M.C. Costa di Beauregard. Pellico, August Alfani. Secret Societies in Romagna and the Revolution of 1831 by Ernesto Massi. Santorre Santarosa, who died for Greek freedom in 1825 by Isidoro del Lungo, Florence. Bemperad Figlio, editors of the publishing house Felice Paghi 7 via del Consolo 1898, all literary rights reserved. The editors are Bemperad Figlio, declare all copies without the following signature to be counterfeit. Illustration, handwritten signature, Florence, 1898. What cooperative typography via Pietrapiana 46, Il Pensieroso. Conference by the Marquis Costa di Beauregard. Ladies and gentlemen, my first thought when I accepted the very gracious invitation that brings me here was to speak to you about King Charles Albert, and naturally I sought out some episode from his life that might hold particular interest for you. The prince's stay in Florence from 1821 to 1823, his correspondence during these years of disgrace, and the negotiations that ended his exile seemed at first to lend themselves to some curious stories. Perhaps through the unpublished correspondence of Viscount Chateaubriand and Count La Ferronnays, I would even be able to provide you with some new information about what transpired at the Verona Congress in 1823. However, I must admit that as I sat down to write, my heart failed me from engaging in further discussions about the great and dear memory of King Charles Albert. What could it gain? Not that I dispute the intrinsic value of the documents already presented, or those that will undoubtedly shed new light on the enigmatic figure of the last Carignan. It is their moral value that I question. This seems uncertain to me, given how contradictory the evidence produced and will continue to be is. For now, I merely point out this contradiction. I'll try to clarify its reasons shortly. Although I risk being considered paradoxical, I dare say that the historians who see Charles Albert as a reed swayed by all the winds of Pathmos are correct, just as the biographers who find in him a reflection of Machiavel's prince are. The question is whether they're not simply mistaking effect for cause. It is generally acknowledged that Charles Albert was an imaginative and impulsive man, to use a trendy term. Whatever he said or wrote, he was sincere, but only momentarily, so his thoughts, like his will, reflected only present sensations. They changed with circumstances. Therefore, the reason for this mobility is what I dare call the king's secret. The heart has deep secrets that are revealed only when broken, but for those who possess this secret, everything becomes clear. Events, even contradictory ones, fall into place. I go further, they become logical in their apparent contradiction. I am aware that some sometimes treat history as a novel when viewed from its psychological side. This disdain would be explicable if those practicing it themselves reached the same level of understanding, relying solely on the materiality of facts to establish in an indisputable manner the historical truth. But is this truly the case? How many times has the discovery of a document, perhaps apocryphalis, has been seen and will be seen again, driven all criticism into disarray? It is then amusing to hear these baffled scholars say to one another, "There is more to see than you do not believe." But returning to my psychological theory, which I hope your indulgence will excuse, I shall tell you, gentlemen, that I believed and still believe in another Charles Albert, rather than the one supposedly revealed by recent publications. That man was no less heroic, but perhaps more human, or at least more relatable. My childhood had taught me to love him, my youth to admire him, And when adulthood came for me to study, I remembered my father's confidences and the worship that everyone in my family had shown their master. They had taken on all sorts of roles to serve him. At times mentor to Telemachus, to Don Quixote, Krillin, following Henry Evie. And always they had been amply rewarded for their dedication by the tender or passionate outpourings of this royal soul, usually so withdrawn. These are echoes of traditions, alas, now long gone, that I bring forth. Dear memories, all the more precious as one no longer finds anyone to dedicate oneself to around them. For those who suffer from this malady, the past has an infinitely comforting charm. The figures there blur gently into the fog that veils what they may have of too much humanity. Unimportant to the sublime harmony of the Pensieroso, the web spun by a spider a century ago in the helmet of the hero. Just now, upon entering the Medici chapel, I drew near to this Pensieroso, placed by Michelangelo at the guard of Herb, a tomb, that other Pensieroso that God has appointed for the resurrection of your great people. Both, with their finger on their lips, seem to be withholding their secret while, with the same look, they explore the mysterious depths of the future. In King Charles Albert, about whom I shall have the honor of speaking, as in Michelangelo's marble, one can sense, beneath a rigid appearance and soul afflicted by that melancholy defined by Leopardi, the most sublime of human sentiments, to feel that our soul and desires are even greater than this universe, to blame all things for their insufficiency and emptiness, to suffer from their vanity and emptiness, that is indeed the finest sign of nobility and grandeur in a soul. Is not this the mark on the soul of King Charles Albert? Is it not the mark on the soul of Italy? O Lombard soul, how you stood apart and disdainful. The soul of a people has no age. Nothing ages within it. If it appears across centuries with the same radiance, if it also appears with the same Silvio shadows. And when genius or pain touches her, she forever lets out the same sublime or sorrowful cry. The church of Santa Croce that stands there near us, is not it both the pantheon of your genius and your sorrows? If Charles Albert did not have the prodigious grandeur of those who rest at Santa Croce like them, he experienced messianic pains. To this Messiah of Italian independence, a Calvary was needed, and the cross appeared to be the instrument of his mission. Charles Albert suffered the jolts of the past and the anxieties of the future. He did not ignore ingratitude, doubt, or abandonment. He was torn apart by all disappointed hopes, drenched in all the bitter flavors of defeat, and tortured until his last hour by this royal ill that I shall call, oh no, gentlemen, not the ill of the country, but the ill of the fatherland. Pain, the eternal pain, that is the secret of the king, a terrible secret which is the one shared by all unexplained lives. And on this point, I do not fear any contradiction. Leopardi has long since found these words to every human riddle. Arcane is everything except our pain, without claiming that atavism holds the importance it does today, an importance that aims to erase the responsibility of our actions. It is impossible to overlook it. I believe that atavism played a significant role here. How could one not recognize in Charles Albert, the soldier, the blood of Prince Eugene? Similarly, how could one not see in his mobility the restless mood of Prince Thomas? Finally, as we trace back the 7 generations, connecting this first Carignan to the father of King Charles Albert, how could we not follow the evolution that slowly prepared for the transition from the past to the present? When God erases everything he erased last century, it is to write something else, no more than our regrets or our reasoning will change his will. The best course of action is to recognize and submit to it. The past is dead and will not rise again. It was dying when Charles Albert Watt was born. His father was one of those liberal princes who were not disillusioned by 1793, continuing after they were stripped of their possessions to repeat, out of habit, the old slogans about human rights and the sweetness of fraternity. His mother, equally liberal, after her husband's premature death, set off to travel the world, astonishing people with her boldness in movement, her second marriage, and even her eccentricities. How would the inconsistency of these strange times, where everything crumbled and everything was reborn in an indescribable confusion, not have influenced the soul of the child born in 1798, regardless of atavism? I read that the mother of a famous French writer was struck by a lance by a Cossack during the invasion of 1814, and the child, hit by the same blow, carried a wound on his side that never healed. Similarly, the mother of... Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Silvio Charles Albert, severely struck despite himself by the revolution, was unable to shield his child from a terrible blow. Charles Albert received him, and the wound never healed. Hurt and tossed about by all the winds of ill fortune, it was from shiver to shiver, as the poet said, that he discovered life. Nothing warmed his neglected childhood. Philip of France was born annoyed, his mother said. Of her son, Charles, Albert's mother could have said even more truly that he was born unhappy. Nonetheless, she did not seem to take much concern. One does not always realize the harm done to a child by their rebuffed tenderness. Indecisiveness and timidity are the sad consequences of the initial shocks that bruised him. Within himself, the repression of the human need to love and be loved left indelible marks. Childhood shyness gradually becomes dissimulation. The child, to protect himself, puts on a mask he will not take off, afraid to show who he is. He conceals himself and is judged for what he is not. And I ask you, how did he not retreat into himself, that poor, fragile creature for whom his careless mother showed not even the most basic pity? In the midst of winter, Madame de Carignan, now become Madame de Montlayart, placed her future king, Silvio, on the seat of her carriage as she travelled the world. What I suffered then cannot be expressed. Charles, Albert later said, an extraordinary woman who wrote it, Ossen by Abbot Cesarotti, gives me great pleasure. His thoughts are so similar to mine that I cannot prevent having the same visions. An extraordinary mother who shaped these visions into her son's education. This education, beginning in Paris, continued in Geneva and various other places according to the caprices of a restless fancy and the ups and downs of a financially precarious situation. Moreover, it is not excessive to say that Charles Albert's youth suffered from poverty, and this suffering of her may also influence the formation of his soul. How right Joseph de Maistre was when he claimed the superfluous is necessary. Yes, poverty is contrary to development and the blossoming of that confidence in oneself that can be called the pride of life, which is indispensable for those who must govern men. If King Charles Albert was not reduced, like Tasso as a child, to borrow light from a cat friend, as told in a famous sonnet, he was reduced to feeding on brown bread and sleeping, sharing his bed with his schoolmate Doobie, the little Geneva lamp-maker. This fragile existence was thus exposed to every privation, and the royal child, bruised in his tenderness, crushed in his instincts, hinder in his desires. Here is the English translation while preserving the name. Silvio, die with a soulless pale, and washed out as his face. At 12 years old, Charles Albert Gaunt, forlorn and too tall for his age, disliked everyone, and no one liked him. His painful childhood had passed in the darkness. His youth was to be spent in uncertainty, that strange, vague state caused by the vicissitudes that, in a sense, put all of Europe's thrones up for auction at the Congress of Vienna. What value did the rights of this stray child have in these auctions? Deprived of his rank, become the Count of Carignan by Napoleon's will, a sub, lieutenant in a French dragon regiment, rejected in Turin, hated in Vienna, alone and defenseless against the formidable coalition of grievances and interests that one could imagine. What would have become of Charles Albert if Prince Talleyrand, speaking on behalf of the King of France, had not made himself the champion of the disinherited? I believe that never were Italy's destinies more uncertain. The senior branch of Savoy was dying out. There was talk of repealing the Salic law in favor of the Duke of Modena, Victor, Emmanuel's son-in-law. What would this noble country be today, gentlemen, if Austria had then pushed its garrisons up to the foot of Mont Cenis and installed one of its archdukes in the royal palace of Turin? It is no wonder that the young Italy's clairvoyance hailed Prince Carignan as early as 1815 as the representative of its rights and independence. What is surprising is that the prince did not hear these sighs of hope rising towards him like the songs that birds sing in the night, warned by their instinct of the impending dawn. But it was also perfectly natural for old grudges to flare up around him and disappointed ambitions to turn against him because of his failure. The prince, for Carignan's inexperience, caught up in so many opposing currents, was inevitably destined for strange fluctuations. Charles Albert, indeed, since his return to Turin, had been passing through that period of indecision where the future is secretly prepared, where eyes open to all lights and ears to all sounds, where an uncertain hand reaches out to every task, and finally, where the spirit seeks its final inspiration. I add that if at times the prince could shake off his instinctive suspicions, it was quite naturally in favor of those he could regard as friends. Those individuals, however, to penetrate to his heart, found a path smoothed by numerous misfortunes and humiliations. Everything conspired to hurt Charles, Albert's generous soul in this old Sardinian court, which seemed to move only backwards, constantly fixated on the past. Do you remember, for example, that astonishing decree by which, upon his return from Cagliari, good King Victor, Emmanuel ordered that, without regard to any other law, the royal constitutions of 1770 be observed, starting from May 21st, 1814. Could anything have been more strange in contrast with what was happening everywhere else in Italy? In Milan, Count Porro founded the Conciliator, and many flocked around. He came, like ships in distress, to the lighthouse Silvio, the jurist Romagnosi, the economist Gioja, the poet Monti, Pellico, Manzoni, Confalonieri. Everywhere, immediately under their patronage and that of Byron, Schlegel, Lord Brougham groups for education sprang up, while abroad Ugo Foscolo, Gino Capponi, Burchett, it became the enthusiastic apostles of Italy's future. Though Italy's aspirations still only aimed to expel the Austrian, it was precisely the simplicity of the program that made it dangerous. It united all shades of opposition and could only resonate with the noble instincts of Charles Albert's bloodline. At 20, one conquers truth in leaps and bounds. Once Savonarola wailed in his wonderful canzone about his century's ills. He thought he heard a voice say, "Weep and eep, and be silent." How would that voice have stopped a young, patriotic prince if he had heard it? Unensinlai, he was not happy. Unhappy is perhaps an exaggeration. Better to say hurt in his self-esteem, hurt in his intimate affections. Charles Albert married an Austrian archduchess. His wife takes precedence over him in all ceremonies. Yet, if he loved her, no, he does not love her, and could not. The prince suffers from his wife's mediocrity, as he does from the king's, from government, from everything around him that chokes him. When one is unhappy, they welcome others' complaints with a kind of pleasure. It feels like a relief to hear someone wail. Charles Albert is there. He sees things gloomily, so to speak, and only attaches himself to those who see as he does. Alas! He gives little hint of his true feelings to those around him who have an interest in disgracing or compromising him. So when the revolution breaks out, the Prince of Carignano becomes, in the eyes of most, the responsible editor. I need not remind you of the 1821 tumult. The throne, momentarily shaken, soon regained its stability. Charles Felix succeeded the good-natured Victor Emmanuel. He continued his brother's wanderings with greater firmness, and the Prince of Carignano, after having been the responsible editor of the revolution, became, forgive the word, the scapegoat. There is no epic without a moment of mourning. On April 2 of this year, 1821, the prince, banned from his country, arrived in Florence and could repeat Dante's complaint, "I am leaving for the land of our language, a stranger and almost a beggar. And I appeared wretched to many who had imagined me otherwise." Yes, they imagined him differently. The prince called upon in Turin, the Prince of Youth. He was acclaimed as hope. They saw in him only a defeated man, and some even saw in him a guilty one. And this 25-year-old child fell crushed under the cruelest pain that exists on earth, the pain to be unrecognized. This pain struck the Prince of Carignan to his core in the very heart of life, in the midst of an illusion. If the study I am pursuing before you were a purely historical one, I would tell you what happened in Turin, what transpired in Florence, and what was to come in Verona. Yet here I only have a mediocre interest in the facts. It is the soul of my poor prince, as the old Costa, who had had the honor of accompanying him to Florence, put it, that I wish to continue questioning. My prince's despair, wrote the loyal squire, is on the verge of madness. Some, however, only saw in this despair a disappointed ambition. But to be ambitious, one must believe in life. Charles Albert seemed no longer to believe in much of what life promised. Without exaggerating, I can say that life weighed heavily upon him, and an odd chasm had opened between human ambitions and his wounded soul. The mysticism that had only brushed the prince until then had, in a sense, become the sole beacon guiding his steps through the dark forest into which he entered at midlife. It was with the light of this beacon that Charles Albert continued his journey, interpreting the eternal truth as he saw fit and adapting the dogma, sometimes the morality, to the passions of his heart and the dreams of his patriotism. Mysticism is the exaggeration of religious sentiment. Like any exaggeration, it distorts what it claims to enhance and compromises what it seeks to purify. Living in a supernatural of convention, the soul believes anything permitted, thinking to purify even its faults. The rag, as Henry Ives said, never loses its rights, and sometimes the angel becomes the beast. Perhaps this happened in Florence when the prince associated the scapula with the silk ladder. Juliet's balcony with Savonarola's cell, and sent love messages in a missal. But what do you want? I found love in the middle of the street with a lighter garb than a pilgrim's. A man's faults are the smoke without which there is no flame. And don't you see that flame that painfully consumed the existence of the Prince of Carignan, the very thing that should have embellished and charmed him? Don't you see it in this desolate word? I am uncertain of myself, neither in politics nor in love. But if time slowly perfumed his lovesick sufferings, the political, patriotic, should I say, sufferings of the prince remained untreated. He saw, despite the efforts of an implacable reaction, the old world sink, and he felt the tremors of the new world underfoot. Yet it moves, said Galileo. E per si move, repeated he whom blind political force threatened to paralyze forever his momentum and far sight. All this happened yesterday, and yet, wouldn't you say, Charles, Albert is the hero of one of those chronicles that get lost in the mists of the Middle Ages? And doesn't King Charles Felix seem like a sovereign borrowed from some legend? And isn't this small kingdom? Here is the English translation, while preserving the name Silvio, that he governed so wisely, does not remind you of one of those chapels where monks once sang the office for the dead endlessly. What remains of the excess repressions of 1821, the patriarchal morals of Piedmont, the paternal rule of good Charles Felix? One does not kill their successor. The successor is the fatal reaction. It is the explosion of compressed force. It is the discovery that opens routine. It is a new idea that breaks with tradition, and it is always to the theory by which I began this study that we must return. Suffering must be taken as a point of support, or rather as a companion to every great effort. Con this towing path where, as Chateaubriand said, sacrificed men drag the old world towards an unknown one. Suffering struck the Prince of Carignan, the old gold of Savoy transformed into a new effigy, leaving him with only his laurels from the old one. Do you remember that proud motto of the hero of St. Quentin? Spoiled arms remain superior. Nothing is hopeless for a Savoy prince when they are left with their sword. It was with his sword in hand that Emmanuel Philibert found his way back to his states. It was at Trocadero that Charles Albert reclaimed his throne. With the first cannon shot, the heroic soul of Savoy returned to this languid, dying body and brought it back to life. "My prince is mad to bind," wrote the faithful coaster, "but this time he is mad with joy." We need princes of heart and hand. As Henry have said, mine is one of them. The descendant of Prince Eugene fought alongside the grandson of Louis Xiv. We saw Charles Albert charging, enveloping himself in the folds of the white flag with the same love as if it had been his own, and we heard the French army acclaim the Italian prince. The echo of these acclamations lingers, gentlemen, and on the other side of the Alps, the red epaulets of Trocadero still blend with the woolen braids of Palestro in a shared memory. Knights in medieval times had this heroic custom of naming their sword that embodied their courage. There were, said the poet, two great swords whose blades were soaked in a divine flood. One is named Joyeuse and the other Durandal. Sister twins of glory, steel heroines, in whom the mysterious soul of iron lived, for whose work God wanted to be associated. Gentlemen, you know these swords. Let us leave the allegory to poets. The sword of Italy and the sword of France have too often been involved in the same affairs, as they used to say, for them not to always remember that they were soaked in the same divine flood, and our sisters like Joyeuse and Durandal. Like so many of your other great men who returned home amnestied by the acclamations of strangers, the Prince of Carignan returns to Piedmont with his forehead encircled by an aureole. He officially resumes his position as the presumed heir, but suspicions persist. Even though they did not disarm around him, everything, even his long moustaches, became a pretext for the court's complaints. He lives alone in Raconis. Hardly anyone dares to confess their friendship with him. He knows nothing about the affairs of the country over which, nevertheless, he is supposed to reign. Charles Fefe Lix passed away without having called him to his deathbed. It was both without illusions and without joy that Charles Albert ascended, in 1831, the steps of the throne that had been long and fiercely disputed from him. Misfortune had so deeply imprinted itself within him that the king continued the prince of Carignan's policies. During the first years of his reign, which seemed happy, he lived, defying everyone, even himself, challenging the illusions of absolute power. To this soul so roughly shaped by adversity, neither glory nor the satisfactions of a mundane royalty could suffice. He had set his dream higher. Let the king make himself the head of the Italian star. Joseph de Maistre had said in 1812, and if I recall these words from the great inspired one here, it is to clarify Charles Albert's role. For although people might have said otherwise, the king never confused these two things, revolution and patriotism. Certain prejudices that still linger on his memory will dissipate when one finally understands that the great breeze that swept over Italy from 1831 to 1848 was, in Charles Albert's eyes, a patriotic breath, not a revolutionary one. Slowly and progressively, the king followed Joseph de Maistre's counsel. He made himself the head of the Italians, but at what cost, through what trials, amidst what slander? Europe admires the wisdom of his administration and does not believe in him. The intimate evil that consumes him has not disarmed. It has been 15 years since Charles Albert ascended to the throne. Enter his oratory. The king rose before dawn. Observe his ravaged face, his emaciated body, his withered features, his swaying tall figure, his white hair, and he is not 40. You would take him for an old man if his eye did not find, in contrast, a new sparkle. Would you deny that there is a mystery of pain within which this crucifix, before which you find the king prostrated, receives the sinister confession? It is said that the most illustrious Scaliger, the faithful friend of Dante, wanting to make his palace an attractive haven for all great men, had represented in the various apartments reserved for them symbols analogous to their destinies. For poets, it was the Muses. Mercury extended his arms to artists. Paradise opened its doors before monks. But the image of fickle fortune hung over all these allegories. Italy, did not it resemble in 1847 Scaliger's palace? While the king knelt at the foot of his crucifix, the Pope envisioned heaven as the freedom of his people. Poets called on the Muses to sing the liberation of the fatherland. Revolutionaries invoked other gods. And all from north to south of the peninsula saluted at dawn the next day without realizing that fickle fortune was also lurking beneath their dreams. I know of no period in your country's history more dramatic or moving than the one about to unfold. Nothing should be missing from this epic, nor the grandeur of the subject, the Italian War of Independence, nor the striking setting, Europe ablaze in 1848, and especially the portrayal of the characters who were about to enter the stage. First and foremost, Pope Pius VI, a pope like no other, a reformer, patriot and liberal. Prince Metternich, representing the Age Holy Alliance, who was about to be swept away by the storm. Abigio Berti, the author briefly famous of Primato. Mazzini, the greatest agitator of his century, Manin, the noble defender of Venice, and finally Field Marshal Radetzky, playing the dual role of force and destiny in this political and military drama. And then there were others emerging from the shadows, making their first appearances or political debuts. The Duke of Savoy, the Duke of Genoa, Cava, Urbano Ratazzi, La Marmora Cialdini. But I haven't mentioned all the actors. There's one missing, who in this tragedy will play the masked role of a traitor, the revolution. Its role will supersede all others, that of the king and the pope. It will be the one speaking, commanding, stirring things up. It will create popular figures, catapult them to fame, then trample them, overturning yesterday's work today, always shouting and screaming for adoration or condemnation. Yes, truly, the divine providence and human freedom, these two powers whose collaboration explains history, seem to have agreed in 1847, change Italy's course, and Charles Albert feels the crushing weight of responsibility created by God and humanity. He embarks on these terrible times when Machiavelli said one must be both fox and lion, as today's needs are constantly contradicted by tomorrow's. And what echoes do these contradictions awaken in the king's wary consciousness? To break with a 100-year past seems like sacrilege to him. Yet must he not commit this sacrilege, as by doing so he immolates only himself? Like Hamlet, he senses that there's something rotten in the country. He rules and understands that change is necessary. Perhaps it will be cleansed through the gift of a constitution that some see as a means of regeneration. The king's inclination leans towards this, as having been oppressed for so long. He sympathizes with all the oppressed. He believes freeing a people is just. But he wonders if this freedom will bring about the justice he dreams of. What have nations gained from liberty, other than vice and suffering? Tyranny of the strong, crushing of the weak, that's the spectacle history offers him. Since the beginning of time, with no revolutions having changed anything. Is there really a cure for humanity's ills, or is there the same inaptitude to happiness the king perceives in himself? Doubts, anxieties, hesitations break him. Sometimes he reproaches himself for being tyrannical, sometimes for being weak. Sometimes he wants to give, sometimes he believes he must take back. Full of pity for others' suffering, he wants to cut straight to the quick to heal. Then he recoils, afraid of compromising everything. His thought is nothing but a fabric of short hopes, long angers, and perpetual anxieties. His vision becomes blurred, and through an odd psychological phenomenon, his love for his people, his enthusiasm for their liberation, turns gentleman into the bondage of his life. This is how deep he sinks into anguish, under what crushing blows he succumbs at the feet of his cross, this absolute king who, too, has blood sweats. But finally comes the hour when fate ends his hesitations. Awakened hopes become rights, and soon the crowd acclamates, not as granted, but as conquered, this constitution that served, if I may say so, as a transition between the calm prologue and the painful epilogue of King Charles Albert's reign. And regarding this constitution, let me tell you about a fact itself insignificant, yet it proves in history that small times shed light on great ones. A few days before leaving Paris, I was talking with this soldier, to whom Italy has rendered homage for his courage at Castelfidardo, as well as Mentana. I was discussing with General Charette the honor awaiting me here, and he, recalling distant memories of his youth, told me that in 1848 he was a student at the military school in Turin. Great were the kindnesses of Charles Albert to the young boy, because, you know, Charette is the grandson of the Duke of Berry. So, like all his classmates whose proclamation of the Statuto gave them a day of freedom, the future people acclaimed liberty from the bottom of his heart. At 18 years old, one loves love for its own sake, enthusiasm for enthusiasm, and above all, the Statuto. Charette was thus going along, making the Via d'Oro Grossa resound with patriotic cries as a squadron of carabineers passed by, when a hand touched the child on the shoulder. He turned around. It was the king who walked morbidly, sadly, who with his grave voice told the child, "Don't shout so loudly." "Certainly," said Charette. Charles Albert had guessed the blasphemies of Good Friday beyond the acclamations of Palm Sunday. The memory of that appearance, that word, he added, is still present to me as if it were yesterday. The few survivors, gentlemen, who at this decisive moment caught a glimpse of Charles Albert, would repeat, if questioned, what my noble friend said about the king's sadness. For forebodings do not deceive. Are they not the heart's prophecies? More swiftly than the king had imagined, the revolution was doing its work. In Paris it toppled a throne. It broke out in Vienna, where it swept away Prince Metternich, fully convinced of his infallibility. However, one must not seek the acute point of the situation in Paris, Turin, or Vienna by force of circumstances. Silvio found himself in Milan. I need not remind you heroic struggle of the Milanese in 1848. I also need not recall the phrase attributed to Marshal Radet, a 3-day sacrifice would ensure a 3 centuries peace for Italy. This peace could only be a war to the end. It would suddenly reveal to Europe a solidarity that, overcoming all obstacles, would one day grant you, gentlemen, the Italian homeland. What a unifying force in the monarchic idea. What power in the word patria. The king for a nation is like a keystone. The Italians, then, may not have loved Charles Albert's personality, but they had faith in the principle he embodied. That prince represented the liberation and autonomy of Italy, capable of living its own life and governing itself. King and people called out to each other, sensing that a glorious future would crown their shared efforts. During his long hours of solitude and reflection, usually so hesitant, Charles Albert formed an unshakable belief about this future, and his religious faith, even more compelling than his political faith, drove him into action. He who is not your brother must not rule over you, was the biblical verse that haunted his thoughts, constantly flashing before his eyes like lightning. Throughout his life, the king had heard "Forgive me for using an image again," a duo sung by 2 discordant voices rising from the depths of his soul, and suddenly they harmonized in the splendid unison of the battle cry that resonated throughout your country. Cast aside scruples, which will triumph on this closed field, right or force. It doesn't matter. Imagine this spectacle! On the evening of March 22, 1848, in front of the royal palace in Turin, thousands and thousands of faces look up to the balcony, thousands of breasts stop breathing, thousands of hearts cease to beat. The emotion is indescribable. Suddenly, Pilate's loggia opens. Charles Albert emerges from the shadows, illuminated by torches like a fantastical apparition. By his side are his sons. A little behind are Milan's emissaries. The king holds in his hands a scarf with Italy's 3 colors. He wants to speak, but unable to be heard. He waves this scarf over his head. A storm of cries seems to lift it and make it snap like a flag. It was a declaration of war thrown at Austria by an entire people whose king, at that moment, became the herald of arms. The next day Italy read what its peoples could not hear the previous day. How weapons will bring you the help that brother gives to brother, that friend gives to friend, said the king in his immortal proclamation. We will support you, trusting in God who gave Pius X to Italy. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Silvio. The Italian patria had manifested itself in him. It was the patria that the little soldier, gay and alert, would witness passing by on days of victory or defeat, in this king who resembled a ghost, always riding towards the area where the shooting was heaviest, where danger was greatest. His emaciated face, his sickly appearance, almost like death with a look of fire. Minghetti wrote to Pasolini. His sadness seems to repel. Even the semblance of a smile had a magnetic effect on his troops. Indeed, radiance from this face simultaneously emanated a racial valor and a mystical faith in the mission to be accomplished. Charles Albert saw himself as the instrument of Providence. He was sure to live as long as Providence needed him. From there came this same impassivity, under flowers and bullets, and before the acclamations that welcomed his entry into Lombardy, and even the insults that were, after Milan, the last escort for the vanquished. He walked so certain of his mission that he attributed visions from Catherine of Siena, the great liberator, to imaginary hallucinations. Allow me one more personal recollection. My father, who had followed the king on all the battlefields in Lombardy, slept in a loft above his master's room on the night of the victory at Goito. The ceiling that separated them was so thin that no sound could escape the loyal servant's ear. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, moans reached him. My father, frightened, descended and cautiously opened the door, thinking he would find the king ill. But no, the king was there on his knees, arms outstretched in a cross, praying aloud. Tears streamed down this face, where, I believe, none had ever seen them flow before that night. My father always thought that at that hour Charles Albert had offered himself to God as a victim for his people. And oddly enough, this scene took place on the very evening of a double victory. The successes that marked the stages of the Piedmontese army in Lombardy were crowned at Goito and Peschiera. The army was in an indescribable state of enthusiasm. God loves and protects our ancient royal race, wrote Marquis Costa, for God has granted them a double and glorious triumph, as the king embraced General Bava, who came to announce the final defeat of Radetzky. Before all the army, we saw a staff officer from Mr. The Duke of Genoa rush in, bringing news of the city's surrender. No, I never experienced an emotion like the one that shook me when at that moment a mighty cry of "Long live the King" rose from every line. What mysterious intuition thus separated the king from the enthusiasm surrounding him? I know of nothing more characteristic than Charles. Albert's prescient feelings of impending doom, that feeling in some way only intensified his passion for sacrifice. This time, too, they did not deceive him. On the victories at Goito here is the translation of the text preserving the name Silvio after the defeats at Peschiera, Custoza, and Volta, the sad prelude to the disaster at Milan unfolded. I shall not recount these disheartening episodes again. With great difficulty, on the evening of August 4th, the king was extracted from the battlefield. For an hour already the cannonfall had ceased, and Charles Albert still stood on the city's ramparts, his face turned towards the enemy, hoping for a bullet that never came. The glorious death of the soldier, the final triumph he had dreamt of, slipped away like all other joys. But the agonies were far from over. There are indeed strange coincidences, or rather odd ironies, in these events. Do you remember that balcony where Charles Albert once appeared in Turin, waving the three-coloured Italian scarf before the delirious crowd? Remember that? That balcony was known as Pilate's balcony. It should have been called the balcony of a Greppi palace, where the Milanese insulted the pitiful ex-homo you know so well. Charles Albert's crown became a crown of thorns when he crossed the Ticino again. He returned to his kingdom in full chaos, just as Europe was. The Gioberti ministry had unleashed all passions, or rather all inconsistencies. The king was left with only one choice, that of madness, sublime madness that alone could bring unity and harmony to troubled minds. They had just been defeated by Radetzky. They decided to resume the struggle. This time it was not about reclaiming Lombardy, the Quadrilateral, or Venice from Austria. It was a matter of honor. It was a quest to rekindle hearts and minds with passions higher than those of party politics. Indeed, gentlemen, there is nothing in this world that speaks more eloquently to a nation than a battlefield, and no nation understands this language better than your own. As for the king, nothing could have reached him deeper in terms of bitterness, setbacks, disappointments, and sacrifices. Like the Taciturn, he seemed to say, no hope was needed to begin. No success was required to persist. Transport yourselves to that hall in the Turin Palace, where the final preparations for departure are hastily concluded. The king, the paler and more defeated than ever, gives his last orders. Beside him, the queen, that queen whom he married without love, and who seems not to be noticed by him, tremblingly asks the terrible question, "When shall we meet again, Charles?" To which he replies, "Perhaps never," but in this never lies the entire tragedy of the situation. The word sounds like a death knell. Indeed, the king knows that he is leaving not to conquer but to die. Impenetrable and impassive as ever, he follows the funeral path. It seems he is already frozen by death. On the night preceding the battle, he has all the grim visions of a dying man. He experiences its convulsions, tremors, and terrors. It's as if he sees. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Silvio, the spectres. This time the campaign was brief. The armistice was denounced on March 14th, 1849. On the 23rd, the Piedmontese army suffered a defeat at Novare. That very evening, Charles, surrounded by his sons and his staff, abdicated. In one of the rooms of the Bellini Palace in Novare, the king leans against the fireplace. The Duke of Genoa and the Duke of Savoy stand beside him. The generals form a circle around him. Charles Albert inquires if it's possible to make a breach at Vercelli or Alexandria. No. Then an eerie silence falls over the room as one of the century's most poignant dramas unfolds. The soldiers feel an infinite compassion for their master. Only Charles Albert remains impassive. He speaks in his slow and grave voice. Nothing so far has cost me for the happiness of Piedmont and Italy. I now feel an obstacle to that happiness. To remove this obstacle, I've spent the whole day searching for a bullet without finding one. I'm left with abdication. People throw their hands over the king's head, imploring him to abandon such a deadly project. But he replies, "I am no longer your king. Your king is here. It's my son Victor." And so it ended. God had taken from the king even the strength to suffer, and in the humble house of Porto, Charles Albert began, with the death that was now facing him, a dialogue as described by Michelangelo. My soul speaks with death. Death tells him he will no longer see the misfortunes of his homeland, and he responds, "Grateful am I for sleep, and more to be a stone, while harm and shame endure not to see or feel is great fortune." Allow me one final memory. The dying king refused the statue that mourning Italy wanted to erect in his honor. The dying Tasso also spurned the honors of the capital. "I need a coffin," he said, "not a triumphal chariot. If you reserve a crown for me, keep it to adorn my grave." Tasso died while the laurel crown was being prepared, and the crown was placed on his coffin. Similarly, the crown of Italy was laid upon the tomb of Superga. Gentlemen, how different this rugged Savoy is from your smiling country. I recently crossed it to reach you. It seems like a region bristling with forests, carved by chasms that, in the visions of your poet, defended the gardens of Armide. And yet, as a visionary myself, it seemed to me then breath made the giant trees shiver, an echo bounced off the rocks, and the torrents murmured vague words. I thought I could hear distant voices rising from the very bowels of the earth. All this spoke in a language I once heard before. It was the language of my ancestors. Yes, it was the language spoken for 800 years on the other side of the Alps by the servants and soldiers of the House of Savoy. My heart trembled. To these accents that I might utter from beyond the grave, and yet as I revisited, like an abandoned nest, the Charbonny-Res castle that was your royal race's cradle, I admired the fate of the eagles that had flown away. God once gave us these as masters and friends. You chose them as kings, these princes, at turns refined political figures and heroic soldiers. Their historic mission is now accomplished. What does it matter? After victory, the vicissitudes, the anxieties of struggle, which battlefield is not strewn with the dead. So let painful memories pass, and always forward Savoy. Silvio Pellico Conference by Augusto Alfani. Sir, gentlemen, the gentle figure of Pellico, and the fact that I must speak to you about him makes me more than ever desire the virtue of those finest artists of language, who in their works know how to pour themselves into them, and manifest themselves as outstanding painters of intellects and souls, thanks to the coveted secret of noble lines and faithful contours, and for the magical art of harmony between the reverent homage to historical truth and the abandonment of genius to daring flights of fancy. Of Pellico, so great in his humility, whose life was a constant love, an infinite pain, I could then sketch you his image with a sure hand as a historian, with an enamored intellect as an artist, while since I do not possess that doctrine or art, I will have to speak about him to you only from the heart, striving to gather flowers, and oh, if only I could gather them all, from as many who wrote about him most dignantly to weave a crown, to place it with you on the tomb of the martyr. And Pellico was indeed a martyr. From June 25, 1789, when he saw the light in Salezzo, to January 30, 1854, when his noble life ended in Turin, clouds of sorrow constantly veiled his days, but the sky of that soul above those clouds remained unwaveringly clear, because the sun of justice always shone upon it, the beneficent star of faith and the fertile ray of love. His martyrs stirred the first palpitations of our youth, and even as we grew older we returned them piously, just as the adventures of Erminia are still retold today, in the words of pious Torquato, to the solitude of our mountains by the sorrowful song of our shepherds. The life of Pellico, among those who worked most for Italy's resurrection, is one of the best known, not only among us but perhaps even in Europe. The Book of Prigioni, translated into every language spoken by civilized peoples, was one of the very first books on which we learn to meditate and suffer, the second on which we learn to love and cry. For the first book, which taught us these two sides of the soul, was the holy maternal heart. The maternal heart. Here, gentlemen, lies the principal foundation of Pellico's character and heroism. Educated in a family with patriarchal and patriotic custom, he experienced from his youth how harsh political cases could be, for when the Piedmontese monarchy fell, the Pellicos had to seek refuge. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Silvio on the Alps to avoid the tyranny of that peculiar kind of liberals who, according to their nature, do not allow others the right to think differently from them. During the sad days, he came to appreciate even in more the treasure of virtues in his mother's heart, where it seemed that all the virtues of the Savoy people from whom she came were gathered. To his numerous sons, his integral husband served as a teacher, not only in the fundamentals of education, but also in good principles for living and in exemplary behavior, especially in the lessons of misfortune and in that dignity which is necessary for a man of heart to bear. However, he was as happy with his relatives as he was unhappy about his health, and here exactly maternal concern shone through. He witnessed that angel of charity caring for him during long and tormenting agonies, and through the efforts only a mother can imagine, she saved him from death when the doctors had given up hope. Thus, the perception of this woman grew stronger in his spirit day by day, as did his gratitude and the filial reverence he took and the most delicate and gentle forms, becoming the guardian and guide for all his actions and exerting a constant influence on his soul. Silvio's intellect revealed itself from an early age. He was barely in his teens when he composed a tragedia childish work, rough draft and incorrect, but enough to hint at the future writer erode-eyed Gismonda and Francesca de Rimini. Continuing his studies under Manivella's guidance in Turin, where the family had moved due to Silvio's father's job, he performed with his brothers and other children, creating plays that their father dictated for them, not without a touch of art and truth. In their small home theatre company, there was a young girl named Carlotta. Her innocence, simplicity, and virginal grace captured the passionate heart of Silvio. He already had a vision of a woman full of affection and virtue who would be his teacher and advisor in life. Now another image emerged, that of a woman who transforms into him, the master and slave of his heart. Smiling at his destiny, which is hers, Silvio was born to love, and in every work he created, the first element always dominating was his the heart, and intellect being the two artistic components in his writing. Just as his heart beats with admiration and love for this divine creature, a woman, so does Silvio embody the same goodness within him, which is his ideal. He would even create a sinless Francesca, because he wants the ideal of women to never fade or become dimmed. This worship of women, a subtle reflection of his deep affection for flowers, was not just a pleasure for his open-hearted appreciation of beauty, but also an instinct from a heart in love with goodness. However, ere death cut short this budding first love, his little Carlotta passed away at 15 years old. If faith brings him resignation, oblivion cannot console him. Thus, the memory of this love, she will go later to visit the poor prisoner with other dear memories, and it will occupy her sadly, and on the anniversary of her death, as Maroncelli attests, a more fervid prayer than usual will be directed to this chosen creature whom he already envisions blessed. And when After several years from this first unhappy love, on the verge of facing the pains and joys of art, he encounters the famous actress Marconi and notices the delicate flower of her younger sister Teresa growing by her side. The poet dares to dream of another future comfort, and he illusions himself with the innocent maiden, beginning an exchange of affectionate letters. But soon after, he senses a storm gathering overhead, and this knot is forced to break, and in a letter that was the last one, to her, he writes, "Pity me, my good friend," he writes, "I will never be happy. Every hope of a bright future disappears, and as I see myself unable to overcome the cruel decrees that separate us, I feel even more that I love you, and that without you my life has only bitterness." He wrote these words from Lake Como in the morning of October 13, 1820, and just a few hours later on the same day, upon his arrival in Milan, he was arrested. Let's not anticipate events, and even though I repeat they are well known, don't hold it against me if I must here, at least briefly, recount them. Like Alessandro Manni, so too did Pellico drink from the sources of doubt, especially due to the sinister suggestions of a fallen friar during his foy in Launen with an uncle of his mother, where he devoted himself entirely to the study of French literature. But just as Manzoni, so too did Pellico soon regain consciousness, and in 1806 he felt himself reconnected to the sweet memories of his youth and suddenly returned to the worship of our classics. Italian genius had shown its own light once again. Vico, Galvani, Volta, Beccaria, and other supreme figures amazed the world. Two great proclamators of liberty and civil virtues arose, Perini and Alfieri, and a host of valorous ones followed, among them Ugo Foscolo, who published the Monuments. This sublime poem spoke with an ineffable accent to minds on the flowering shores of the Saona and Rodano. From that moment his studies took a new direction, and he resolved to return to Italy. He flew to Milan, where his family was then located, and where he could best complete his literary education. He became a French professor at the Military Orphans College and dedicated the rest of his day to intellectual works. He met Monti and Foscolo, admired and loved them both, but the latter with all his soul. It seems as if between these two so opposite natures, Pellico and Foscolo, there should only be repulsion and contrast. Yet the gentle mildness of the first tightly binds to the violent energy of the other, and he seeks protection and example, a comfort for his soul in need of confiding, admiring, and loving. Those two so different hearts were united strongly, almost as if they were one heart by charity. Here is the translation of the text, while preserving the name Silvio Fatherland, Indignation Against Oppression, Sacred Office of Letters, and under the doubts of one and the faith of another, equal aspiration for the highest ideals. And this influence of Foscolo on Pellico's mind is attested even in the style of his letters, a high, noble style always and in everything, but in those written to a friend, sometimes sluggish, vibrant, and varying, which reveals the study of the model and almost the breath of him. The fervent phrases and the hottest outbursts in which the near idolatry for Foscolo is translated would be even more frequent if, in mature years, Pellico's own hand hadn't tempered or suppressed them. Not that he disownds or lessens the affection for the first and greatest of his friends. On the contrary, this affection strengthens, sharpens, become, with the sharpening, more intense, more tender, more diligent, until Foscolo's death. But Pellico, in the interest of truth, wishes to temper that blind admiration throughout, and what he considers excessive enthusiasms, and in the letter to the esteemed editor of the Foscolian epistolary, he marks one by one the steps to be suppressed and the phrases to be tempered. Among the first letters to Hugo and this one, which seeks to amend certain parts of its tone, the life of Pellico is entirely present, and whoever looks closely realizes that what seemed a contradiction or abdication in him was instead the natural outcome of his spiritual development. Some unpublished letters, truly precious, addressed to Quirina Maggiotti, the gentle woman of Foscolo, speak with overflowing but serene affection for the common friend, serving as eloquent confirmation. And one must not forget that if she secretly aided Foscolo's misfortunes by purchasing his books and later having them returned to him, unaware of the stratagem, it was Pellico who executed this act of mercy so delicately and secretly, while in these letters to Quirina and in songs he attests and proclaims Hugo Foscolo's high and magnanimous virtues, and upon his release from prison he regrets not having responded to his fraternal invitations when Foscolo called him from Switzerland, saying the good that if he had accepted, he would have alleviated so many sorrows and would not have aged in chains. But when Foscolo urged the friend even through the gentle woman to join him, Pellico, having left his French professorship, became an instructor for Briche, a young, sprightly boy of rare genius who later died miserably, and then in 1816 of the two dearest sons of Count Luigi Porro, a family of high sentiments, generous friends to Pellico, steadfast even amidst dangers, to whom he dedicated himself entirely and forever. The mission of education, moreover, was a priesthood of freedom. A great soul, he could not remain indifferent to the cause of national education, from which Italy's fate then depended more than ever. To that, indeed, Pellico consecrated himself with his person, genius, and pentre in all his writings, both prose and verse, prisons and duties, tragedies and canticles, aspiring always to the highest educational mastery. And since I recalled here the tragedies, it is worthwhile to remind that even in 1811, while Hugo Foscolo was still in Milan, the young woman I mentioned earlier, Marcioni, made her debut on those stages. She was to become the most acclaimed actress of her time and achieve triumphs that would hardly be surpassed. Despite Foscolo's famous judgment, we do not remove from hell the damned of Dante, they would terrify the living. Pellico disobeyed this time, and his disobedience was fortunate. Francesca da Rimini became one of the most popular tragedies on the Italian stage, inspiring enthusiasm throughout. Lord Byron even translated it marvellously in 3 days. In contrast, as the star of Bonaparte began to set and Austria reasserted its control over Italy, imposing silence and filling it with informers, Pellico's family was forced to return from Milan to Turin. Yet, despite the dangers, he chose to stay, defending freedom and his nation's rights with all his might. In the hospitable home of Count Porro, he encountered and fell in love with the most brilliant men of that memorable era, those patriots and literati of 1821 who would become victims of the jealous imperial police. They represented Italian genius against Austrian tyranny, a new literature that sought to understand and reflect popular needs and ideas, national sentiment, and become civil and political wisdom. This was not a secret society, but Italy itself struggling for its own emancipation. In the midst of these intellectual battles and civil activity, Pellico felt his strength grow. He overcame his frail health and weakness, becoming stronger than himself as he fought alongside bolder minds. The current of these ideas carried him forward, inspired by the passions of those around him and driven by his generous nature and faith in the good. This literary movement, which began during the final years of the Italian kingdom, gained formal expression on September 3, 1810, with Il Conciliator, a modest yet profound patriotic newspaper published in Milan. Austria, noticing this publication spreading ideas and sentiments that revived the spirit of a downtrodden people, suspected a conspiracy, but, not wanting to appear antithetical to civilization, did not immediately prohibit it. Instead, they initially mutilated its writings and used bureaucratic language to convey their displeasure to the authors. Here is the translation of text, preserving the Nino, the Conciliator, to live, essentially had to say nothing. Italy, with its noble intentions, responded with approval to that periodical, which was said to be romantic but was also national. Despite only publishing 118 issues and lasting just over a year, it later bore fruit, albeit at a high cost in terms of both chain and blood. Yet these were precious fruits, the independence of a people and the free life of a nation. Leveraging the most cunning and despicable espionage, the police monitored every step, weighed each word, and caught every breath of those determined spirits as they prepared prisons and erected gallows. There were suspicions from Austria that Parro, Confalonieri, and many others, perhaps through the Piedmontese Pellico, were in secret communication with the Carbonari of Piedmont, and that a vast conspiracy was being woven around the Conciliator, of which Pellico was the secretary. Hence it is natural that the government and its informers focused their suspicions on him more than on anyone else. A journey during those days to Turin to visit his dying friend Di Barremi, followed by a trip to Venice with Count Porro, heightened Austria's fears. Determined to suffocate every aspiration for freedom in any form it appeared, Austria abruptly suppressed the Conciliator and began arresting its main collaborators and adherents on charges of Carbonarism. Meanwhile, Pellico, back from Venice, sought refuge near Como, where the careful prudence of Count Porro had led him. Upon learning that Piero Maroncelli has been arrested and others are still wanted, he wants to return to Milan to save his friend, if possible, and share his fate. He arrives, a stranger meets him, moves closer, and whispers in his ear, "The police are looking for you." "I know where I am," he replies. "I'm going to wait for them." He does, but instead of being saved, he is bravely lost alongside his friend. All papers seized, he is taken to Santa Margherita, where he enters, repeating to himself and the jailers, "There are no bars or chains that can restrain my spirit. There are no fetters for my mind. Its nature is freedom." The procedure employed was both vile and ruthless, but it's unnecessary to elaborate here. During interrogations, Pellico denies rebellion. No cunning elicits a confession from him. He defends himself and his friends wisely, absolving them calmly, while every sweet dream of manhood, education, poetry, and citizenship vanishes suddenly on this sad pilgrimage from Santa Margherita to the Piombi, from the Piombi to San Michele, from San Michele to Spielberg. After 16 months that felt like years of judicial torture, Pellico receives a death sentence, later commuted to 15 years, and then 10 years in hard labor. Imperial clemency grants him life, but opens a grave. No longer a man, but a thing and a number. Hunger, forced labor, humiliating conditions sat, his feet chains, at rest, a test for table, until the arrival of tyrannical power. Thought is restricted, their light comfort is denied, charity among humans is punished. This decade-long martyrdom following my prisons will never be recounted again, my lords. We all have that book in our hearts, memory, every description, every event, every minute detail our lives on, and can be said to stir our imagination, moving us deeply. The arrest, Pellico's thoughts about his distant family, suddenly struck by the terrible announcement, the comforts of his faith, melancholic reflections, strong resolutions, the sweet company of the poor little bird, whom he takes as a student, his relentless study to rebuild society, even with a colony of ants or a docile spider, the sight of Melchior Gioia, and their exchange of glances that say nothing but express everything, like those of two lovers, because the heart suggests them and the heart explains them. The faint voice of the unknown Madalena, breaking the silence of the saddest asylum, whose rhythm fades into the air. Yet he captures with rapture the fleeting harmony and imagines her, that unhappy one who sings so sweetly, rising above the other prisoners for a final glimmer of purity, painting her as beautiful, desiring her to be good, born for virtue, purified by remorse, and embracing, as if addressing himself, the tender pity of that song. And then there are the visits from his beloved father and the miserable illusions of paternal love, the tortures of the son in humbly deceiving him with a smile of hope on his lips and tears of despair in his heart, his sorrowful departure from Milan, his arrival in Venice, the lead or Piambi cells, sleepless nights filled with angst, suicidal temptations, and return to calm. Who does not remember tenderly the sweet episode of poor Zans? Does anyone not still hear the confidences of that young woman regarding him as a father or brother at her choice, and the outbursts of her lover's woes, and often taking his hand, almost by force, and squeezing it with affection while he murmurs to himself, "Lucky it isn't beautiful." But soon he regrets judging her unattractive, and upon second thought finds her attractive instead, confessing finally that he did not fall in love with her because she already has another lover, one she is madly in love with. So when she playfully opens her Bible, randomly kisses a verse, asks him to translate and comment on it, and adds, "Wish every time you read this verse, you remember I've kissed it." Pellico finds himself often as a translator in a not-so-minor discomfort, especially if Zans happens to open the Song of Songs. To avoid making her blush, he takes advantage of her ignorance in Latin, and if one might preserve the sanctity of that book and also save the innocence of the maiden, both of which, he says, inspire him with the highest reverence. And then, shortly after her illness and mysterious disappearance, perhaps betrayed by her lover, piteously lamented by her father, his new acquaintance with the family from face to face, and the kind words spoken to him by those dear children at the suggestion of their young mother, prudently curious and hidden among the window tents, and then his resigned preparation to die in the hands of the executioner, his transfer to San Michele prisons, the public reading of his sentence on the fateful Piazzetta, a description of terrible evidence in its unsurpassable simplicity. The meeting then between Pellico and Maroncelli, noble, generous, kind, and brother to him more than friend, their departure from Moravia, the cruel embrace as they left their homeland, the kindness encountered everywhere, the episode of the Styrian maiden, who greets the poor prisoners with both hands and departs weeping in the arms of an honest German servant who perhaps also loves Italy for its misfortunes. And finally, their arrival at the Infostrate Rock, Spielberg, and here, gentlemen, I ask our illustrious Zamboni to speak for me, if only briefly, and describe with eloquent effectiveness his recent visit to this sinister castle. After describing how this place of suffering and torment has been transformed into a barracks where anyone with a proper can enter, he continues. But if there is no longer torment, there is still something that keeps the memory of it alive. I speak of those cellars in which so many people were buried while still alive, and some of them, following changes, have been restored as speaking witnesses of that sadness of times past. The causes and methods of the transformation, and the history of the castle and the numerous noble lives sacrificed there, are read in a book written by an Austrian colonel who dug up those dread pits, and where, among other things of sinister curiosity, one reads the distinctive note on Pellico's prison register, written in German, which states, "Native of Salozzo, Sardinia, 32 years old, Catholic, single, former secretary, small stature, delicate build, good complexion, brown hair, brown beard, blue eyes, regular nose, small mouth. Speaks Italian, French, Latin, and not correctly German." These seem like obituary notes, and that ancient book of Spielberg, which contains many similar ones, seems a funerary monument that alone recalls an undefined number of tomes. But at last I resolved to descend. I confess that a great confusion has remained in my mind, like a brief and terrible dream. A guardian armed with a large torch led me there, as is done when visiting catacombs. From time to time, that man would stop to indicate something to me, using the silent word of light, now to the damp brown walls, which were still. Here is the translated text, preserving the name Silvio, attached to a few links of chain, now swinging from our necks, and then those torture instruments that looked like living things, surviving all the deaths they had caused. As the torch's quick flicker banished the darkness, everything became more terrifying and horrifying. From the walls, the ceilings, the floor, and those instruments, it seemed to Silvio as if Dante saw a fragment of the suicide words, and blood issued forth together. I won't say any more. I don't remember anything else. As he left that abyss, his eyes were almost blinded, and he saw the sun as if during an eclipse. He had with him my prisons, already reread just moments before he reopened it, seeking comfort in the very martyr himself, who here had endured and won over so much pain. The tome where he had previously seen his portrait hanging was the one into which they threw him upon his arrival, and where he stayed for a while. And only when his sufferings had reduced him to the extreme was he taken upstairs. With the guidance of the German book, Silvio sought out Zamboni to find the new asylum assigned to Pellico, and every other place described by him faithfully in prisons. And he found it, although often interrupted while looking at this or that point. He completed the new reading and made his departure time from Spielberg. He left, later mounting a train for Vienna, and frequently glancing back as long as the castle remained in sight. Depending on whether the last rays of the sun were fading and shadows growing, I found, he says, the images evoked by its sight more terrifying. I looked and thought how much human suffering was endured here for centuries, and that suffering caused so many other misfortunes in every part of Europe, while the great monster had already vanished entirely from my view. I still looked and thought, in no other country did such suffering abound as in my own, because most of those illustrious victims were Italians. But even from my homeland, O castle, you received the most terrifying shock that you had ever had. Amongst the infinite paintings of your horrors, Silvio continues, Cone belongs to Italy, which, all the more powerful for being gentle, was the one that succeeded above all others in making you open to those auras, that sun, those harmonies of day, which are like the life of our life, along with freedom. In this tome, therefore, entered the poor Silvio. Here, too, gentlemen, there were sad mortal thoughts and rare consolations, the filthy den of the early days, and the figure of old Schiller, the gruff warden with a paternally beneficent heart. His compassionate acts in comfort of political prisoners, whom he calls his sons, the death of him, a plant cultivated by Pellico with filial sorrow, conversations on the terrace with the good companion of the supervisor afflicted with tuberculosis, who, feeling that she was about to be separated from her beautiful creatures, begged him, weeping, to remember them, and even herself, as she remembered him, to be a person. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Silvio Deletta, and then the sudden, dramatic canto with Count Orboni, their lengthy, sombre conversations brimming with profound piety. The fierce illness of Pellico, which spread the news of his death across Italy, inspiring a poignant song from the gentle poet, Recovery, his reunion with Marancelli, consumed by grief, starved, and plagued by the oppressive air of prison, their supreme joy, the harmony of thoughts, shared hopes, and each reciting verses they had composed, Orboni's heroic death in prison, the dying man's tears upon remembering his octogenarian father, the profound forgiveness offer to enemies and tormentors. But who, above all, can recall without trembling the misfortunes of poor Marancelli, the amputation of his leg, the brotherly support from Silvio, the legendary resilience of the patient who, while enduring excruciating pain awaiting amputation, addresses a tender song to his loved, one is a testament of love, and then, with a feminine thoughtfulness, as soon as the cut is made, casts a compassionate glance at the leg being removed and offers the surgeon a single rose as a token of gratitude. And when finally liberation comes for both Silvio and the incredible friend, these pages vividly demonstrate, more than ever, the delicate nature and magnanimity of their spirits, in the anxious eyes for their families and the grief for dear friends left behind, perhaps forever. The journey, the tearful goodbye to Marancelli, the beloved companion through long sufferings, to whom he prays for blessings and offers wishes from friends that they may match him in love and surpass him in kindness. The company of the good Austrian brigadier, who was among those who brutally tore Confalonieri from the arms of the tenderest of brides, whose life is a poem of pain, heroism, and love to be told, divine consolation upon finally reuniting with loved ones, the providential encounter with revered Abbot Giordano, who encourages Silvio to share his tale with Italy, the appearance of My Prisons, the universal acclaim and consistent success of this book, one of the simplest, truest, and most holy books penned by Italian author. Throughout this intimate narrative, there is a remarkable restraint, no trace of anger or resentment ever. Fortune, in selecting what to say from all that was left unsaid, incredibly fortunate to have presented with artistic mastery a grand character to the reader's imagination, despite only mentioning him a few times and quite simply. The imperial shadow hangs over the book as you read, until the artist, with a Shakespearean touch, summons it and makes it loom sinisterly in Vienna's garden when Pellico, along with other survivors from Spielberg under guard, encounters the emperor there. The commissioner urges them to retreat lest their pitiful appearance sadden his heart. Of him. As for politics, the author, like a lover wronged by his fair lady and resolutely determined to hold a grudge, claims he wants to leave her aside, and does, yet, despite this, politics, careless of his resentment, seems intent on ruling its own way, not only in the realm of the unnamed protagonist, but throughout the entire subject. Thus Pellico, with his most mighty book, enduring as long as many to cry, have hope, and become better while reading, dealt Austria its proudest defeat, and Italy a victory that can never be disputed within the civil conscience of nations. And this book, so powerful in its gentleness, which has had and will always have a far greater effect on hearts than any other. A similar book was Dictator Gentleman, along with other worthy works after Spielberg. This serves as a caution to anyone who might mistakenly believe that Pellico, having left prison, carried with him physical weaknesses due to his faith, and that this, together with Spielberg, had in him extinguished or dulled every spark of affection, dried up every source of noble inspiration, and dry out the clear vein which seemed so rich and inexhaustible of his love for his country. No, gentlemen, Pellico was imprisoned in the full fervour of his youth, with all his confident wit, rosy illusions, and bold exuberance characteristic of his age. He emerged as a man matured by the harshest of experiences, refreshed by misfortune, but still Pellico through it all. If someone wants to call his surrender to faith weakness, I bless this weakness, for it is primarily to this that we owe Pellico's strength in the face of his sorrows, and Spielberg, I will repeat with Ghiberti, is no longer today held nor an infamy of the century, but a relic of martyrs and a monument of patriotic virtue. This weakness did not prevent him from dictating upon leaving prison, and even there contemplated the duties of men, a little book wiser than a code, and a significant part of those tragedies that, despite their faults, were intended to approach Alfieri's name in the reform of Italian theatre. Pellico, an admirer of the Stygian, stuck as closely as he could to his form, but was original in other respects. Thus the contrast between the characters in both of their tragedies, the first, proud and at war, struggles to depict tender feelings, the second, gentle and in peace, roams freely in the regions of the sweetest affections. Alfieri is always the angry prophet who wages relentless war against tyrants. Pellico is also consistently a poet of freedom, but he is also a poet of love. He too, Pellico, does not ignore the abuses of the human heart, yet he resembles, they say, that angel who writes sins while wiping them away with the tears of pity. Our man concludes his poetic course with lyrics, where he retraces the years that were, and how many occasions he had to enjoy and suffer. Melancholy thoughts return to him of childhood memories, family, friends. In the days of rehearsals, the pains, the sanctity of schools and temples, the sweet visions of love. Poetry, which in its pursuit of moral heights no longer cares to rely on the secrets of art, and even forgets the effective aid of the chosen form, attractive. This poetry, therefore, which is of every noble spirit, will continue to vibrate within his soul, but only God will hear it. Meanwhile, the world seeks him out, celebrates him, swarms around him, but he now draws back, stunned, not to disturb his sought-after rest. And if he did not have anyone left with whom to share the dear family roof, and then with the beneficent Barolo to exercise the merciful faculties of his heart, he writes, have withdrawn to a cloister to serve and help the unhappy. And when misfortune strikes him again with the loss of his parents and one of his beloved brothers, Luigi, and when some temptation from old mistrust assails him once more, his sorrow and despair are tempered by the same pity. And we see this more clearly than ever in his epistolary, which, for me, is not a history but a confession of life. The letters he writes, freed, filled with youth affection, wonderful for doctrine and strength of sentiment, to his parents, brothers, friends, the Paros, the Marcisadai Barolo, his confalonieri, who has finally been released from Spielberger as well, reflect his spirit just as they are a faithful mirror of it. Those unpublished letters addressed to La Donna Gentile, who also took up much of Pellico's thoughts during his imprisonment and often mingled with his sorrows, smiled at his comforts, and comforted him herself with other delights. And how could he not, if in the letters preceding his capture he invokes her with the most tender names, mother, sister, friend, filled with the liveliest affection for her, even though he has never seen her, nor will he see her but once in Florence 30 years later. And how could he not, if just before his arrest, talking to her about his portrait that he sent, "No honor," he writes, "has meant so much to me as the one you give me, dear friend, keeping me in your study room and fixing in me your noble, affectionate glances. I have read of saints who separated from their portraits and came down in flesh and bones to embrace their beloved ones. Oh, if only I could, Quirina, perform this miracle too." And after his release, and with her correspondence resumed more frequently and no less affectionately than the interrupted one, he continues it steadfastly until the comfort of that sweet woman fails him upon her death. In these letters he confesses that during the long years of his suffering he often remembered her virtues and spoke of them often with Meroncelli. Now it is natural that he unfolds his whole soul to her and tells her the intimate story of his final years. A few strokes of these intimate confessions are enough to surprise you entirely with his thought and heart. Listen. Here is the English translation, preserving the name Silvio. He deplores in one of these the too many inevitable visits from curious and unwanted people, including those who would like to see him return to active political life, and he adds the usual enormous madness of people who dream that I should mix myself up in politics, and that one cannot have been at Spielberg without taking part, pro or con, in the fanatics of the Guelphs and Ghibellines, to which I am at a loss to respond. I love my country as much as you do, probably more. But I am an enemy of stupid and fateful civil wars, and I detest the follies that can lead to them, to no public good. And in another passage, since I have spent 10 years in painful solitude, most of the time it seems to me that I am in a generation that no longer belongs to me, except for a few. I am only 47, but I feel like 100-year-old, and the generation around me is all heated with loves and hatreds that I do not know and do not want to divide. They fear what I do not fear, hope what I do not hope, aspire to what I do not aspire to. The wrong is not mine or this new generation's. There is no wrong, but simply a fact that I recognize as such, and of which I do not complain. I am a resuscitated one to whom all the living give their good face, and I do the same for them, but their habits and mine have something strange about them. And so my fancies, which take little delight in the present, yearn lovingly for the past. The past for me is made up of 2 centuries, strongly imprinted on my memory. They were my youth and my years in prison. I think a lot more than others about those distant periods. I think about them even when I am in society, and strange to say, while I shudder at the days I lived in the greatest pain, I cannot, Quirina, drive them from my mind. On the contrary, these saddest memories give rise to some kind of inner life that comforts and pleases me. And this life, and feeling myself cut off from most men of today, this remembrance of so many friends who are no longer on earth, in short, this sense of being a resurrected stranger, is a very peculiar, not happy life, but poetic, intense, and almost good, because it has become my nature and obliges me to prayer. So, gentlemen, among the memories of the past, the solitudes of the present, charity, friendship, love, this man lived his final year so modest yet so great, who, by his intellect, his spirit, and his work, was a pride for Italy, who raised to religiousness itself the love of his country, who, without cursing anyone, with the sweet word, an apostle of forgiveness, reopened, it is written, the gates to Christian meekness in the very horrors of prison. A prisman, whose high ideal was goodness, whose splendid kingdom was love, from whom the gentle love of a woman inspired Francesca, the sacred love of country, my prisons, the holy love of faith, duties and songs. And if his sublime idea was benevolence, his reign splendor, his life poetry inspired by him, were here is the English translation, while preserving the name Silvio true, as it is said, and as cannot be denied, that the cult for Italy had underground origins, nor was it ever nobler than when its echoes resounded beneath the enemy's feet. How do we behold this humble priest of the Italian catacombs? In the solitary chamber where he died, 2 relics, among others precious, sadly yet gently drew the last glances of the poet and martyr, a small writing desk that once belonged to Perini, and followed him to prison, a clock that was once Alfieri's, and had been given by La Donna Gentile to Pellico after his release from Spielberg. That object on which Perini may have contemplated his songs about the Italian moral resurrection and dictated my prisons, bound him with a delicate thought in a pietous remembrance of the revered minister who accompanied his great soul at the threshold of eternity and reminded him of immortal hopes. And that clock, which had marked on its face the significant events of the lives of Alfieri and Pellico, now there served to recall, even with equal movements, the constant heartbeat of those 2 hearts for the greatness and freedom of their homeland. And when Pellico, having closed his eyes forever to the fleeting things of earth, reopened them to eternal brilliance, that clock, a reminder of glory and a pledge of love, continued to tell the story of those 2 generous souls, and murmured, like a lament for the loss of the martyr, who lived suffering and loving, sublimating his love and faith in Italy's sacred destinies within his pain. Secret societies in Rome and the Revolution of 1831, a conference by Ernesto Massi. I am sorry to inform you that once again politics has intervened, preventing you from hearing Ferdinando Martini and forcing the conference's management, due to time constraints, to ask me to replace him. I do not want to take his place on the topic he was supposed to discuss, which I hope he will be able to cover in the future. Instead, opting to try to fill as best I can avoid that the management also felt was missing from this year's program by speaking about secret societies in Romagna and the Revolution of 1831. The subject of secret societies in Italy is captivating and extremely complex. To make it compelling, I don't need many words. Its allure, if there were nothing else, lies in that one word, secret. Uncovering a secret what could rouse more vividly all the fibers of the poor and limited human nature. What is also more common? The entire world is a secret, and attempting to unravel it, sometimes deluding ourselves into thinking we have, is perhaps the sole reason for our existence. So just say secret societies, and attention, curiosity is immediately sparked within us. Even Goldoni, who turned everything into a subject of comic observation, drew material from the origins of secret societies for one of his plays, The Curious Women. Here is the translation of the provided text, preserving the name Silvio. The characters of comedy indeed represent the society, which fantasized in myriad forms about the mystery of those congregations. The first loggers of Freemasons introduced by wandering Englishmen around the middle of the 18th century, initially in Florence, then in Venice and elsewhere. The topic is thus certainly intriguing, but it is incredibly difficult for several reasons. Where to find the clear, immediate document of conspiracies with the conspirator? Yet, the conspirator skilled at simulation and dissimulation, hiding and disguising his agitated thoughts, rarely leaves traces of his passing. Even if he had moments of abandonment, if he confided in someone, a friend or a woman, if he possessed a list of names, a description of places, a statute, a formula, a credo of his political faith, if he ever wrote or received a letter, a notice, a message not veiled enough under the cryptic jargon of the sect, it was enough for an unexpected visit, a midnight doorbell ring at the street door, an unusual noise in the house, a suspicious face passing by, for him to immediately gather his papers haphazardly and throw them into an impenetrable hiding place or into the flames. In the records of investigating and surveillance police. But they are full of gaps, shadows, lies, boasts and slanders, and in any case they catch a glimpse here and there of an indication or sign. Sometimes they rebuild what has already been dissolved or transformed over time. They struggle to give shape to the thousand insignificances they have encountered, but the overall plot eludes them. They confuse moments, people, and things, and anyone who has had the opportunity to consult these records knows that little can be relied on when the scholar cannot verify them with authoritative traditions, personal memories, or other documents. Just to return to the topic of political conspiracies in Romagna from 1815 to 1931, I recall years ago consulting an enormous register of the papal police in Bologna, which contained a list with biographical notes and an infinite number of people suspected and suspected of sectarian spirit and opposition to the government. They were people who had recently died or were still alive, and it is incredible what kind of delusions, misunderstandings, and confusions I found there. According to that register, the papal government almost had to imprison as dangerous revolutionaries the canons of the cathedral in trials. But they follow after the fact that gave them an opportunity or date back a little further. They are all aimed at extracting a confession or catching the contradictions of the presumed offenders. More often, the trials themselves are conspiracies, plots for the immediate purpose of punishment, repression, instilling fear, and demonstrating that everything is known, even when little or nothing is actually known. There would be personal documents, autobiographies, memoirs of the conspirators. But they are few, sparse, and untrustworthy as well. The conspiracy the entire history teaches us is a fragile mechanism, a weapon that almost always explodes in the hands of those who use it before the will can trigger it or aim it at the target. But whoever risks his freedom, life, possessions, sometimes even his reputation, does not want to be proven wrong for having done so. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Silvio, the cement of conspiracy. Then the moral temperament which living and navigating through political conspiracies tended to forge was not always the most suitable for recalling and narrating all the truth. I have thought many times that the temperament of our old political conspirators resembled that of lovers. It's not their fault, it's the profession's. They see things narrowly and mostly perceive falsehoods. The object of their passion consumes them entirely. In this object everything is good. Truth, beauty. The rest is evil, falsity, and ugliness. And when they start to uncover the deception, it is precisely then that they become more determined not to confess their mistakes. Don't count on their pride or the glory of having conspired. The state of mind of true, sincere conspirators, those who sacrifice themselves and their families in prisons, exile, or at the gallows for the audacity and even the futility and guilt of their attempts, was a feeling that has no parallel except in the primordial days of religions, when faith burns like a flame in the secret of hearts, and the mystery which the new doctrine is forced to surround itself with multiplies the intensity, fervor, and courage of faith and proselytism in founders, neophytes, and their adherents. The early Italian conspiracies that immediately followed the fall of Napoleon's empire are truly the catacombs of Italian independence and freedom. Tyranny against which they fought and the material impossibility of an open war hid the inherent immorality of the conspiracy, which is always in itself a lack of frankness and sincerity, justifying means by ends. They gave this complex of mysterious formula, sectarian ambiguities, hierarchies, rites, ceremonies, symbols, a serious and grave appearance, but it did not demand any less submission or abdication of personal freedom than tyranny would have required, while also arrogating the right to punish every dissent sects, condemn dissidents to death alongside regular courts in Austria or our dependent princes, to punish every dissent with an equally arbitrary judgment and ferocity. But the conspirators didn't pay attention to these things. Their dignity lay in being few against many, weak against strong. Herein lay all the prestige, the irresistible charm, the heroic poetry of conspiracy. The rest was a necessity not desired by anyone but created and imposed by a state of perpetual war against public power, considered justifiably as an enemy and obstacle to the right to have a homeland, a natural right that places those who wield it outside the law and does the same for those who claim it. And these were the ideal principles of the conspirators, from which moral temperaments, intellectual tendencies, habits, and even external attitudes emerged so singular that anyone who did not witness or get to know a survivor of the classic era of conspiracies up close will rarely be able to reconstruct an exact and complete profile in their mind. Today, this type has disappeared or transformed or lost. Everything here is the translation, the text preserving the name Silvio, value, and every curiosity, because generally conspiring under a regime of freedom is a foolishness or a prank. I have always regretted, having known many intimately during my youth, that I did not keep notes and memories of their stories, as I still have in memory that kind of melancholy they had, even amidst joy, that fixed, vigilant and suspicious gaze, those narratives that always left something in the shadows, that inquisitive and scrutinizing demeanor towards every new person they encountered, that ability to find hidden meanings in seemingly indifferent conversations, and especially those in enduring hatreds and loves for things or people long past, as if they knew of forgotten heroics or unknown sins, but they had written them in an arcane book where nothing is ever erased. Today, I repeat, this type has disappeared. Today, the conspirator is a historical figure, or better yet, a museum object. But have the moral habits, the wrinkles, and the inclinations that certain past events sometimes imprint on the character of nations also vanished. I don't believe so. And it seems to me that the way freedom is understood and practiced in Italy today, that strict confinement within parties, now more personal than political, that lack of enthusiasm for exercising free will in judgment before any bold vanity, largely the final putrefaction of conspiratorial habits, with this addition and this aggravation that the great patriotic ideal, which once noblified and excused the inherent vices of conspiracies, disinterest, self-abandonment, constancy in suffering, sacrifice, sometimes rising to heroism, has given way to egoism, vulgar ambitions, and the most despicable desires. The most serious historians of our political Risorgimento are generally very severe about this period of conspiracies. They often participated in them themselves, but since it's a period that reveals itself on the surface as attempts or failed or poorly executed attempts, it's rare that they willingly admit their involvement. Nevertheless, we face another difficulty, or rather another singular psychological mystery here. The Blagagioso Carducci recently said this is a French term that is absolutely essential to our dictionary given Italy's current moral conditions. There is thus the blagger of having been caught in the most perilous political conspiracies, even when it wasn't true, and there is the blagger of never having fully participated or cooperated, even when one had done so, perhaps even more. The fact is that many of the greatest men of our Risorgimento, D'Azeglio, Poni, Caponi, Ricasoli, Cava, Minghetti, did not miss an opportunity to declare that they had never been involved in political conspiracies. They said it, and these were men one can and must believe. Let's stop, however, at the example of Caponi alone. All of Europe's police forces suspected him. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Silvio of the conspirator. All the conspirators believe it their own affair, and when confessing participation in a conspiracy became a mark of merit without risk, he declared that this glory, if it was glory, did not belong to him, perhaps only to himself, at a time when a whole movement of liberal civilization converged towards him in Florence. This is the true greatness of the figure of Gino Caponi, at a time when one conspired with everything: literature, music, antologia, archivio storico, gabinetto, via sioux, infant asylums, savings banks, agricultural improvements. It would have been truly difficult for him to pinpoint exactly how and to what extent he had conspired, even if we agree that attempting to establish relations and agreements between the Lombard Carbonari and the Piedmontese Federati, as his letters reveal, was not entering into conspiracies at all. Be it so. The corrupting necessity of conspiring, created by brutal governments driven by fear, does not excuse the immorality inherent in conspiracy for certain men's consciences. It repels a noble spirit to abandon the freedom of one's actions and thoughts to a sect. There is much to question about the glories of conspiracies, and the honorable men involved in that subterranean movement unfortunately found themselves at filthy contacts and participated, willingly or not, and in responsibilities that make one shiver. The poor Bologna conspirators, 1843, learned this to their cost, as the papal government managed to involve them in the same condemnation as thieves and assassins. For this reason, it is not just that history does not recognize anything positive about this secret period of preparation for Italian reunification. Ugo Foscolo's saying, to remake Italy, one must undo the sex, is a sacred political theorem that perhaps we should remember more today, but it is not, nor can it be, a proper historical criterion to judge that history. We must go back to those times from 1815 to 1831. We must remember that for most people, conspiracy was then the only weapon and form in which patriotism could express itself, that broad view, which goes beyond the tight circle of friends and corrects the eccentricities of solitary meditation, was entirely forbidden when Naples and Turin seemed more segregated from Florence and Bologna than Calcutta is today. We must recall the ferocity of indigenous tyranny that sometimes led to Austrians being hailed as saviors, as happened in Bologna in 1832. The sloth, corruption, and baseness of the common people in rags or tattered clothes or surrounded by conspirators. Stendhal's Italy is not all true Italy, but only part of it. We must call to mind all this, and the conclusion, if it is to be just, can deplore delusions, faults, and errors. It can perhaps brand with fire the bad and wicked company in which good men often found themselves mixed due to a sad necessity, but not engulf everyone and everything in the same condemnation. Furthermore, we will see that judging the various Italian movements before 1859, not for what they appear to be, an intermittent series of great disasters, but for what they are, an interrupt preparation that resumes with new life. The light of final triumph illuminates from top to bottom all that immense turmoil and makes the workers of the first and last hour shine in their rightful place in history. The Carbonari among the political sects were the widest, most complex, most adaptable, and most easily transformed according to the places, a product of Freemasonry. It was the Neapolitans who brought them to Romagna during the two expeditions of Joachim Murat, the infamous one of 1814 and the desperate one of 1815, in which at least they moved and fell with just one flag, the banner of Italian independence. The false promises of freedom given by Austria to Italy in 1809 and repeated in the name of the Allies by Count Nugent and Lord Bentinck in 1815, as well as the reaction promoted everywhere, especially in Italy, by the Congress of Vienna and the restored princes, incited and gave impetus to the secret work of the sects and political conspiracies. A liberal and national party had already been forming since the last days of the Italian kingdom, and it formed precisely in opposition to Napoleon's tyranny, which wanted to use the new life given to Italy for itself alone. Soon this opposition turned into a secret society, and a so-called Society of Raggi, with its centre in Bologna. As Botta suggests, perhaps they belonged to her. Followed by the anti-Eugenians in Milan, discredited on April 20, 1814, and with the massacre of Prina, the conspiracy of former Cisalpine and Italian generals Pino, Lecce, Zacchi, Fontanelli, that of the independents who planned to give Napoleon, confined to the island of Elba, a sceptre and crown, and finally some relics of all this come together in the attempt and proclamation of Rimini by Joachim Murat on March 30, 1815, which Manzoni considered the great word. Many ages Italy waited, for which Pellegrino Rossi provided his mind and young arm, which found few followers, barely 1,000, says Farini, and ended up among desertions and betrayals, but began in the marches and Romagna the period of torture, imprisonment, and exile for political reasons, and, on the other hand, that of sectarian conspiracies. Murat's enterprise had too many near and distant reasons to succeed, and it didn't. However, he left a trail of sympathy and gratitude. After the Battle of Arancia between Macerata and Tolentino, when his army was fleeing in disarray before the advancing enemy, Joachim, to save Macerata from looting, made him pass outside the city walls, and as he left last, waving goodbye on horseback, the citizens responded from the walls and houses with affectionate gestures and cries, and Indeed, a popular saying later spread at great honor to Joachim. Between Chienti and Potenza, the two rivers that bathe the hill of Macerata, between Chienti and Potenza, independence ended. Not ended as long as, here is the English translation of the text, preserving the name Silvio, the desire to retrieve her endured. Indeed, here is where the thread of subsequent attempts reconnects. The Guelphs are known as the Carbonari of March after 15th June, and they spread from here to Romagna and all four legations, adopting different names and secondary forms, but always with a common purpose. One should not believe that varying names indicate separate sects or opposition between them. This will also happen, but for now, the sectarian variations and splits among Guelphs, Adelphs, perfect masters, Turba, Siberia, Brotherhood of Artists, Defenders of the Fatherland, American Berserkers, and so on, as encountered in contemporary documents, are nothing more than sectarian artifices and sometimes reforms, as they were called, primarily aimed at each failed action attempt. The word reform is a singularly fortunate one. It is common among Protestants, the Catholic Church, and their factions, as well as political sects and their transformations. And today it serves only to pacify the populace during every new ministerial crisis. The first attempt by the Guelphs of March, to which the Romagnus could not join in time, was on the night of State John, 23rd June 1817. Although it had a beginning, it was so insignificant that even Pani Rossi, who documented 171 rebellions among the papal subjects, did not remember it. Reading the three sentences of condemnation and considering the number and quality of the condemned, one would think it was no less than the English gunpowder plot during James I's reign. But in this case, the conspirators hadn't even lit 4 cauldrons of pitch, which, along with some fireworks, were to be signaled from Macerata's tower to nearby cities as a sign of revolution. Subsequently, fires were lit mountain to mountain, the usual conspirators' telegraph, to announce it as far as Bologna. In essence, nothing happened, which didn't stop the immense severity of the punishments. 2 individual events, but historically instructive, deserve mention. One was that Count Cesare Gallo, a distinguished Carbonarian and supposed leader of the Macerata revolutionary attempt, betrayed the Carbonaria and became a loyal Pell supporter. The other was that Monsignor Tiberio Pacca, who, as governor of Rome, signed the sentences against the Macerata Carbonari in 1818, was in 1820 denounced to the Pope as a Carbonarian and had to flee France to avoid being tried and imprisoned. These were the first conspiracies and the first revolutionary attempts in March and Romagna. The flag, which had fallen from Joachim Murat's hands and could not be raised by Macerata's revolutionaries, was recovered and saved in the hiding places of the sects. From this point on, Romagna is indeed that Italy described by Carlo Didier in his Rome Souterrain. Perhaps none of you remember this book from the Lichest Romantic Vegetation, which as a boy I relished, and which perhaps unfortunately even today's boys, educated according to the dogmas of positive pedagogy, do not read. Here is the translation of the text, while preserving the name Silvio more. I say unfortunately because the romantic conspiracy, if that was the case, passed with age, while the others last a lifetime. Italy, wrote Didier, is like ancient Egypt, a country of mysteries. When its surface is calmest and adorned with flowers, perhaps then the volcano burns and is about to erupt. Despite the apocalyptic tone, Didier speaks the truth, just as I discovered upon delving into details described in the Memoirs of a Ravenna Conspirator, which I read in manuscript and of which I have now heard of its publication announced. The scene, for instance, of admission or initiation into Carbonarism is depicted there. There is nothing more in Didier than a dramatic part which, however, may have had many parallels in reality, that of the betrayed Carbonaro, who, amidst the perfidious caresses of a beautiful Roman princess, and divulged the secrets of the sect and unwittingly denounced his companions. When they gather together, an alarm cry is suddenly heard from the escorts. The Carbari vanish like magic into a box, which closes above them, leaving the hall empty, where lights still burn. And the initiate, a Russian diplomat, hangs with blindfold over what is known as the Carbonaro Calvary. This spectacular scenography belongs not only to the novel, but also to the reality of the sect's ritual. It is ridiculous but historically significant, first, because it is Masonic tradition; second, because it was designed to strike strongly the imagination and sensitivity of members. As for the organization of Carbonarism, whose many transcripts are now known, it consisted, as Nitti already mentioned, of a high lodge, a symbolic term based in Paris, divided into national lodges and central lodges. For each state, we will see them operating during the Revolution of 1831, which in turn were composed of apprentice lodges and master lodges. 5 masters and 2 apprentices formed a central lodge. Was the Carbonari's political goal for Italy unitary or federal? It does not seem to have ever clearly defined it, if even acerbically criticized by Giuseppe Mazzini, who joined them in 1827, 5 years before he founded with a unitary program the Young Italy. However, it is certain that their famous Latin constitution, sworn to by Carbonari in Bologna in 1818 at Prince Hercolani's house, and the Ausonia Republic, which conspirators in 1819 and 20 aimed to establish, were both unitary. But after what happened in Naples in 1820 and Bologna in 1831, this is now an academic question that does not serve any purpose. More important is to know the men, to penetrate, if possible, into the souls of those who placed themselves at this perilous venture, at this mortal struggle against conspiracies. Allow me to recall among many a singular character about whom I have written several times, but whose words I would regret omitting on this occasion. His memoirs were written translation. His daughter is in a poorly written but heartbreaking book because it was certainly written while weeping. He is Vincenzo Fattaboni from Cesena. There is a unit of classical tragedy in the life of this man, and the dates alone tell the whole story. In 1811, he is a Freemason in Milan. In 1815, he follows Gioacchino Murat's venture. In 1817, he takes part in the attempt in Macerata. In 1818, he is sentenced to 10 years in prison, from which he emerges in October 1828. In 1829, he is once again at the head of the Carbonarian vendetta in Cesena. In 1831, he decrees the downfall of the temporal power of the popes together with the revolutionaries of the Provisional Constituent Assembly in Bologna in the same year. He goes into exile on Corfu, where he stays until around 1848. He followed his heart and his actions, the immense hopes of that year. He cannot withstand the profound disillusionment and ruins of 1849, and on May 12, 1860, he despairs for the last time and takes his own life. It is difficult to find a parallel to a character like this, truly heroic and sublime in the simplicity of his faith and the constancy of his patriotism. And certain him they are not lacking the weak, the boastful, the scoundrel, false martyrs, as there are also those who survived this dark age of conspiracies, the commercial liquidation of patriotism which never ends. But many others approach, at least for their purity and greatness of spirit, to fatty bony, and if I had the time, I would list them one by one, because they are even more deserving of remembrance, as they fought against an infamy of government, of which you other Toscans, even under the apathy of the last Medici and the last Lorraine, could not even imagine a distant idea, a government that, seeing its excessive repressive measures, false judgments, and all the atrocities of power insufficient, resorted to vengeance rather than defense, reaching the point of opposing sect to sect, conspiracy to conspiracy, waiting to instigate civil war, as Cardinal Bernetti did in 1831 with a public notification. These sects were called the Pacifici, the Sanfidisti, and the Centurioni in Faenza, opposition to liberals, the Caniegati. Admiring this splendid invention, the Duke of Modena created the Consistoriale. The Bourbon rulers of Naples, the Calderari, and Austria, the Ferdinandi. What a tangle of iniquity, suffering, and misdeeds! The good soul of Cesare Kant dared to say that all these are inventions of revolutionaries. But this argument is too casual in the face of the reality of horrible facts that the old people in Romagna, Marchi, and Umbria have seen with their own eyes and still remember, and for which one could have invoked, I am about to say, the testimony of Pius X, who as Bishop of Imola wept over them with hot tears, or one could also invoke today the testimony of Leo Xai if he were to speak. Nonetheless, the liberal sect in Romagna has not ceased, but rather after the repressions of 1818 it has only grown stronger, and the government is so afraid that even Lord Byron, for love of the beautiful Guiccioli, and Lady Morgan for pleasure, could not enter Romagna in 19 and 20 without their correspondence being opened by order from Rome. Transcribed, however, what were the apparent effects of all this grand conspiracy by the liberals, and all their stirring and agitation in the shadows? Revolution broke out in Naples in 1820, another in Piedmont in 1821, but in Romagna nobody moved. The Austrians passed through Naples several times on their way to and from Naples, and not a hair was torn from their heads. Worse still, many Austrian officers in Cesena introduced themselves as Carbonari, and the liberals celebrated them. What kind of confusion, hallucination, and entanglement is this? It is indeed a great sign of the immense and deep unhappiness of that time, and not even the chaotic inaction of the liberal sects calmed the ferocious fear of the government. So, in 1824, they sent Cardinal Rivarola as dictator to Romagna, a sort of mitred Duke d'Elba. With a single decree, he condemned 508 people as conspirators. It became an honor for the Carbonari not to let this scoundrel escape alive from Romagna, whether he was more mad or more reckless. They tried hard several times, as this abomination of political assassination did not repel them, and in this case it seemed a true justice from God. But it was so little that the blow aimed at him struck his subordinate, and here, after Rivarola's escape, vengeance arrived in the form of Monsignor Invernizzi, who immediately sent 5 Carbonari to the gallows, very likely innocent, and imprisoned hundreds of others, either guilty or merely suspected. But Monsignor had a truly infernal inspiration at the last moment. He proclaimed that he now had all the names of the sect members and their various degrees of involvement, so no one could hope to escape him, but anyone who confessed their sins, repented, accused their accomplices, and promised never to sin again, would be forgiven. This act was called doing a spontaneous confession. The excited and terrorized people were overcome by such species of dread and delirium that they rushed to make crowds to make their own spontaneous confessions. even those who had nothing to confess. Such were the tactics of priestly governance in Romagna, and if the sects received a mortal blow at the time, the government itself became repugnant even to the most mild, submissive, religious, and remote from conspiracy and popular sedition. Every class participated to some degree in this disdain, which explains the peculiar character of the revolution that broke out in Bologna on the night of February 4th, 1831, calm, concordant, doctrinaire, festive, and almost idyllic. On February 10th, 1829, Pope Della Genga, who had reigned for 5 years as Leo Xi, died during carnival season. Pasquino in Rome sang, "Three great misfortunes we celebrated, O Holy Father, accepting the papacy, living so long, dying in carnival to be mourned, revenge of epigrams. The only one, perhaps, that Roman good humor has ever made into a martyrdom for Romagna." Leo Xi was succeeded by Pius V, an old and sick man, and then by Cardinal Albani, who had sold himself to Metternich and became a damned soul in Austria. After Pius V's death, the political sects returned. Here is the translation of the text preserving the name Silvio, already defeated in Romagna by Rivarola, Inverness, and Albani. The spirit pulsed again, stirred itself, regained life and vigor, and this time a remarkable novelty and progress. All orders of citizens cooperated. This proves that political sects were not entirely useless, as many claim. Without them, this flame, now spreading so rapidly and widely, would likely have completely faded away. The forms of conspiracy were also broader and more flexible this time. Too flexible, I would say, as intrigues of every kind infiltrated from one side, while such courtly spirit, when it came to the actions, left neither field for knowing and assessing the reality of the facts, nor for determined parties or persistent resistances. To understand what happened in Bologna on February 4, 1831, one must go back further and farther. The July days of 1830 overthrew Charles X and the Bourbons in France, as everyone knows, and replaced them with Stuarts on the French throne, with Louis Philippe d'Orly and his quasi-legitimacy. If anyone were to ask an old acquaintance, Prince Talleyrand, about this change, he would answer, "Encham, I was playing whist and didn't even notice, but I'm not surprised." The Bourbons are incorrigible, and if one were to be amazed at seeing him immediately in September 1830 become an ambassador to London for Louis Philippe, and asked him about his famous dogma of legitimacy that he had flaunted in 1523, a wonderful still respond, since legitimacy betrayed, it was necessary to save the principle of monarchy by replacing the cadet branch with the primogeniture of the royal family, just as it was done in England in 1688. Impeccable as a character, and indeed, one could say he has cost treasures to all of Europe. Let him go to London, reaping the fruits of everyone's misfortunes, and excuse my digression, allowing me to simply state that it is a pity Prince Talleyrand didn't live long enough to see the fall of Louis Philippe, this Marc Aurelius of Bourgeois monarchy, as Heinrich Heine called him, leaving Paris with his green umbrella in one hand and his wife in the other. This was the moment when Prince Talleyrand, as the last sacrifice to his country, had himself elected President of the Republic. What a beautiful model then, and how complete for future political opportunists. However, when such a breach of the treaties of 15, like the French Revolution of 1830, went unpunished, all the oppressed raised their heads, and here we see Belgium, Poland, some German states in revolution, and all of central Italy agitating, with the duchies and Romagna in particular. Hadn't the powers already aided Greece's regeneration? Didn't they now recognize a change of dynasty in France achieved through a revolt. Nor is this enough. There was a Leflatova Philhellenistic committee in Paris turned into a cosmopolitan amateur of revolutions and a promoter of resurrections of Latin peoples to oppose the Holy Alliance of the powers. From the north, it was not a sect, but it meant the seven. It directed them and maintained secret relations with the most notable and active liberals of every country. It goes without saying that the head of this permanent revolutionary Olympus was Mr. Lafayette, who had been an agent of revolutions for half a century. A satanic ambition even led Francis of Modena to listen to the incitements of that committee, and through Enrico Misli, a Modenese of English origin, a strange type of travelling salesman of conspiracies, the Carbonaria stumbled into this intrigue, in which Ciro Menotti was the noblest victim, because when the Orleanist conspirators approached the Committee of Paris, and the July days replaced Louis Philippe with Charles X, the Duke of Modena thought it best to quickly get out of the wrong step and propitiate Austria if he ever doubted him, turning against his friends of the day. On February 3, 1831, as soon as night fell, he surrounded Ciro Menotti's house, where he knew conspirators were gathered, and breaking down its door with cannon fire, he had them all in his hands, despite the fierce resistance they offered. That same night, the Duke wrote to the governor of Reggio a letter that is a gem. This night, a terrible conspiracy has broken out against me. The conspirators are in my power. Send the executioner. The news of what had happened in Modena caused all hesitation among the conspirators in Bologna to end. The occasion seemed propitious, and it was not to be missed. It was time for the vacancy of the papal see due to the death of Pius V, and to the Romagna revolutionaries. This interregnum always seemed very suitable for riots. The cardinals were in conclave, but in Bologna, when the revolution broke out, they still didn't know about the election of Gregory XVI. Moreover, the government of Louis Philippe banned loudly and quietly from the parliamentary tribune with Lafitte, Dupont de Nemours, and General Sebastian, that the foreign policy of the new monarchy was based on the great principle of non-intervention, and to the ears of exiles, Italian emissaries, and their French friends, he whispered that they should go ahead tranquilly, and that France would prevent Austria from moving. Guglielmo Peep, with several letters from Marshal Gérard, General Lamarck, and Lafayette in his pocket, was already trying to gather arms and armed men to come to the aid of the uprising. So in Bologna, the conspirators, to not lose any more time and take advantage of this accumulation of good fortune, on February 4, 1831, they occupied the main square and, terrified, with seditious cries, a small, bumbling prolegato papale named Monsignor Bracciani Clarelli. In just a few hours they persuaded him to hand over government to a provisional commission, dictating the names of its members, and which he entrusted with all powers. The revolution was well underway. Like a strip of gunpowder lit by one of the leaders, it spread instantly and reached the entire papal state from Bologna to Ferrara in the Marches and Umbria. According to the arithmetic of the Pani Rossi, it was the 666th time these peoples shook off the papal yoke. And so here is the translation of the provided text, preserving the name Silvio, the terrifying ease with which even Rogentin of Modena was frightened and fled to Mantua, taking Ciro Menotti along, whose silence they wanted to ensure by strangling him, while Maria Luigia retreated from Parma to Piacenza. Thus, Modena and Parma were also liberated. But this is what was visible. What was not seen, and what the happy revolutionaries ignored until their own expense was that Louis Philippe was playing a double game, and for an understood spirit of conservation, he cared more about his own survival than theirs and the success of their revolution. He had thus pampered them with whimsical grace and goaded them to act to intimidate Austria and prove themselves as masters by unleashing revolution upon them. Austria, in turn, would recognize even the devil as King of France if it meant having free rein in Italy. "What do you want?" Metternich said to Count Prolormo, Sardinia's ambassador in Vienna. "We are no longer in 1815 if," as then Europe still had 70,000 soldiers at France's borders, "I would undoubtedly march on Paris and put an end to this perpetual revolution once and for all. But to do that now would stir up 1,000 dissents and set Europe ablaze. Our priority is to hold Italy in check, and I'll take care of that." Meanwhile, Louis Philippe employed another trick to frighten even himself. He tried to convince him that Bonapartism was on the rise in France and Italy, and that it was up to Austria. As the jailer of Duke Reichstadt, Napoleon's son, to help or thwart these developments, which he insisted only threatened Louis Philippe himself. "If we were forced to fight for our existence," he wrote to the Austrian ambassador in Paris on January 18, 1831, "we wouldn't be angels. We would fire with all our weapons. They don't disturb us in Italy." Meanwhile, Emperor Franz, imprudently for the first time in his life, whispered to the young Duke Reichstadt, but loud enough for everyone to hear, "My boy, if you show up on the Strasbourg bridge, the Orleanist is done for." Metternich added, writing from Paris on February 15th, "Don't let Louis Philippe meddle in Italy, because there's a way to make him regret it. And that way is in our hands." The appearances favored Metternich's game. As soon as Charles X fell, Joseph Bonaparte had offered to return the Duke of Reichstadt to France for the Austrian Emperor. Countess Camerata, daughter of Elisa Basiochi, had rushed to Vienna and, with a womanly audacity à la Napoleon, managed to see and speak with the Duke of Reichstadt. From March 1st to 5th, 1831, Bonapartists were restless in Paris. 2 fleeting attempts had also been made in Rome itself in December 1830 and February 1831, all organized by the Bonapartes residing in Rome. Finally, 2 sons of Louis Bonaparte, former King of Holland, joined the ranks of the rebellious Romans, accompanied by their mother Hortense. Here is the translation, preserving the name Silvio Ancaressa. Everything served Metternich's purpose, who sent a copy of a proclamation from the Romag revolutionaries to Paris, greeting King of Italy, the Duke of Reichstadt, along with the news that at the head of Bologna's revolutionary government was Count Pepoli, husband of Letizia Murat. This Pepoli, at the head of the Bolognese insurgents, also overthrew the Duke of Modena. 3 lies in one, because the proclamation didn't exist. Count Carlo Pepoli, who was part of Bologna's government, wasn't married to Letizia Murat, and the Duke of Modena fled on his own without any help from Count Pepoli. Despite this, it achieved the effect Metternich intended, with the assistance of Cardinal Bonetti, the new Pope's Secretary of State, who, in agreement with Metternich, also painted the Romagna movement as entirely Bonapartist to Saint Olaire, France's ambassador in Rome. Louis Philippe, not wanting anything better, quickly believe him to wash his hands of these revolutionaries who expected him to descend from the Alps with an army to save them from Austria at any moment. Armed with this heroic confidence and unaware of the storm gathering overhead, or rather inflating their heads and mouths with the grand word, as Metternich called it, non-intervention, Bologna-Renner's revolutionaries continued on their way, serene and unperturbed. After the Prolongate left, a provisional government formed, which declared 3 days later that the temporal domain of the Roman Pope was effectively over. We won't go into the administrative and judicial reforms they implemented. Lawyers prevailed, as one might expect if they grew tired of arguing and legislating. What's most important as a historical precedent is that they convened an assembly in Bologna of all the rebellious provinces, which solemnly confirmed the end of the Pope's temporal rule, gave representative form to government, created a responsible ministry, and finally ordered the few troops present to march on Rome. The military actions of the revolution on March 31st can be divided into two groups, those led by Risorgimento and those under General Zucchi, but the most notable aspect is the reappearance in this small and naive army of many veterans of Napoleon's army, some of whom hadn't even responded to Murat's call in 1799. Cicognani, Zucchi, Amandi, Grabinski, Molinari, Regani, Guidotti, Passotti, and many others were all old soldiers of Napoleon. Cicognani captured Ancona, captured, in a manner of speaking, as the papal defender surrendered after 2 days for lack of supplies. The skirmishes by Cicognani at Borghetto, Calvi, San Lorenzino, and the Grots are unimportant. However, he did reach Otricoli, and the fear in Rome was such that, when the Pope learned, Cicognani was so close. He had the poor political prisoners in Civita Casa, the Spielberg of the papal government, released, some of whom were sentenced to life imprisonment. The terror was. And translation, Silvio met clemency. Why didn't Cicognani march on Rome then, and instead stop to watch from Rieti, which was putting up resistance? The event is doubtful and obscure. The episode that remains most in history is that Cicognani was as accompanied the two Bonapartes, sons of Queen Hortense, Napoleon and Louis Napoleon, who would later become Napoleon I. It was in San Lorenzino that Napoleon I made his first weapons. Poor Napoleon I. He never forgot it, and we don't either, because we'd be ungrateful. It happened that, while chasing a flock of Scioscia brigands recruited by Cardinal Bernetti to defend the throne and altar, Napoleon, with his pistol in hand, caused a trombonist's grip to slip, and passing by he said, "Go! I'm giving you your life." At that moment, another Scioscia, picking up the fallen trombone, fixed it to his back, and if it hadn't been Marshal Martelli of the Carabinieri, who with one slash laid him dead, Napoleon Iti's first weapons would have been the last, and San Lorenzino could have prevented Magenta. The other, and so often another group of military events, belongs to the body of volunteers led by General Zucchi, and is more glorious because, as against the Austrians, more worthy enemies than the papal ones, but also marks the end of the revolution. General Zucchi was not appointed supreme commander until after it was known that France had broken its promises and Austria's intervention was imminent. Soon after, the government of the United Provinces left Bologna for Ancona, but then a large force of Austrians arrived, having already occupied Bologna on March 21st. Zucchi prepared to resist in Rimini, where with little over 1,200 men he stood against 6,000 or 7,000 Austrians commanded by General Geppert. The battle fought on March 25th was harsh, but the most glorious day of the revolution of 1831. Zucchi retreated in good order and planned to renew the fight under better conditions at Cattolica, but that same day the government of the United Provinces had, upon the advice of its war minister Armandi, decided in Ancona capitulate with the Pope's legate, a full capitulation signed solemnly on March 27th and later annulled by the Pope and Austria through a favourable agreement that does great honour to both their loyalty. From February 4th, when the revolution broke out, to March 21st, when the Austrians entered Bologna, the revolution of 1831 is usually called in Bologna and Romagna the revolution of 44 days. But it would be fairer to call it the revolution of 48 days, because if it had been a bit more carefree, at least a handful of volunteers, armed to the bare minimum, valiantly fought against a formidable and overwhelming enemy and save the honor of the Italian name and weapons. Nonetheless, the Revolution of 31 found severers among judges, historians, and statesmen, and scornful ironies that honest and good patriots who took part in it resented bitterly, for if they erred, and they certainly did, they didn't deserve. In any case, they were treated thus. Who can entirely blame them for having believed the promises and words of France? Their greatest mistake was believing too much only in those and persisting too much in believing them, misjudging the course of all European politics, which was already clearly shaping and to which Louis Philippe himself openly associated when he replaced Casimir Peria at Lafitte early in March. In politics it is good to believe not one but two or three things at once, and even better, not to believe any. Peria, certainly no vulgar statesman, explained the principle of non-intervention to the French tribune thus: "It does not mean that we'll go to war against whoever violates it. Rather, we will not intervene to help peoples rising up against legitimate rulers unless there is a French interest at stake." Grace! Far from Jesuit casuistry, and he concluded, the blood of the French belongs only to France, in which he was perfectly right. But who could have expected such a turnabout? Thus at least half of the blame borne by the Bolognese revolutionaries of March 31st is forgiven, but they were mostly lawyers, I repeat, and once they began distinguishing themselves, sophisticating interpretations and trying to put their opponents in the wrong, was one does in court. They even disarmed the Modenese at the border, who came to help them, claiming in honor adherence to the principle of non-intervention, incredible truly, and invited the two Prince Bonapartes to leave Sir Cognani's ranks to avoid complicating their dynastic claims with a so clear political situation as that of the Revolution. When lawyers get involved, the Bonapartes retired to a villa near Fall, where the eldest son died of an illness. But what did these blessed revolutionaries of March 31st believe in God's name? Who knows, in France and in God? But they experienced, like the Poles, that God is high and France far away. Mm-hmm. They did not think that God helps those who help themselves, and that if the powers agreed to recognize a Louis Philippe France, it was on condition that he conform his policies to theirs, not leaving him free to inaugurate a new one. We are fair, though. This is a bit of hindsight, at keeping improvised and inexperienced rulers absorbed in this vague of hopes and confidence. Moral conditions of the city, all the city, also contributed greatly. That revolution was an explosion of joy, a breath of freedom that filled infinite happiness into every citizen's heart. It was constant living on the streets, showing off cockades and flags, illuminating our old towers and houses at night, constant spurring of sonnets, odors, songs, constant gatherings in theatres and shouting, singing, applauding. Not a vengeance, not an excess, not a stain, not a cloud to darken that immense serenity. That year, even winter, as if on purpose, seemed like a warm spring. The Austrians were already rumbling at the borders. Parma and Modena, they were already subdued, and in Bologna the assembly convened, confirming in fact and in law the cessation of the temporal dominion of the popes. That same evening at the municipal theatre, Francesca da Rimini was performed. Alfieri would have seemed too rough, and Paul, brandishing his sword with dilated eyes, shouted at the top of his voice, "For you, who are citizens, my brave Italy, I will fight. Is it not hero's dust yours?" And everyone agreed and applauded. Ladies and citizens arrived dressed in white, carrying the tricolour on their shoulders to the stage and singing a chorus from Caterina Ferrucci. Oh, joy! Open owns my heart, O pleasure of liberty, no greater pleasure. Words that were equally suitable for a tragic melodrama and a comic opera. Thus it was, sir, that the revolution of 31st in Bologna had an idyllic air. It was a family fete. It remained a dear memory without regrets for everyone, as did the name of the citizens who distinguished themselves of Vicini, president of the government, Zanellini, author of a fairly good novel written in exile, and titled The Devil of the Holy Office, Peosati, brother to Marco Minghetti's mother, Carlo Popoli, a gentle poet, friend of Leopardi, and who also wrote the libretto for Vincenzo Bellini's Puritan X, while Terenzio Mamiani, who later, as a poet and philosopher, rose to great fame. The stories, anecdotes, sayings, and memorable deeds of this or that person, now grave, now even a little ridiculous, are countless, and even some old ladies still tell them with peculiar satisfaction. Yet so many other big events have happened since then, but not the foot lances of young Napoleon I, and the sword of a lawyer Potozzi, colonel of the National Guard, who on important occasions could never get his sword out of its sheath, or the pikeman of General Grabinski, an old and valorous officer who had no blame for his soldiers having no rifles. These little details that I have heard 1,000 times, especially that last one, which is also a personal memory for me, as among those poorly armed and without rifles was my old father with his university classmates, and when General, who spoke in his own Italian, reviewed them on the square of Fanza, he said sadly, "How much beautiful youth! Too bad they are not all shot." And this was the people called by Cardinal Bernetti in his notification of 4th February 1831 a mob of thieves who wanted nothing but to loot public and private property, and whom he incited against the plebs, because at the sound of the bells in a swarm they would rise up armed to attack them like brigands. The executor of this plan for restoration, so humanly Christian, was Cardinal Benvenuti, who fell into the hands of the insurgents in Osimo and was taken prisoner to Bologna. He was saved from popular anger by Pio Sarti, who made himself his shield, and when the government of the United Provinces fled to Ancona, Cardinal Benvenuti was freed and signed a document. Here is the translation of the text preserving the name Silvio's surrender, and its aftermath of the surrender I spoke of. The government members, confident in the cardinal's words, chartered a brigantine that immediately after leaving Ancona port was captured by Austrian ships and took them prisoners to Venice. A Lazzarini captain of the brigantine had betrayed them, delivering them to flag-bearer, the Austrian admiral. And look, ironically, the Lazzarini died from a terrible illness, and Attilio and Emilio Bandiera washed away in 1844 the shame of their father with their blood in Cosenza. During the sad times that followed, the defeated ones of 31, like always among the unfortunate, started turning on each other, and Silvio Cicognani was accused of selling out, Amandi of betraying, and Vicini of weakening the revolution, with local and campanile demands, because in a proclamation signed by no one else in the government, he revived as a lawyer the old rights of the Bolognese Republic in the 1447 contract between Pope Nicholas V and the Senate. What miseries! It's better, to quote the poet, slightly adapted to the context, let accusations fall and shadows of the past, the bitter fruits ought to interchanging prides. We've all been troubled. We all strayed. Perhaps Sir Cognani didn't want to leave Rieti behind. Armandi thought it ridiculous to challenge the overwhelming forces of Austria. Versini believed he could win the case by reconnecting the present revolution with revolutionary traditions, and perhaps local Masonic ones, because Zamboni, the Bolognese martyr in 1794, had said pretty much the same things in his proclamations. And why didn't the revolution of 31 strengthen itself further, extending to Tuscany and the duchies as Ciro Mennati, a man of business rather than a lawyer, had planned? Because besides the unbreakable rule of non-intervention, the revolution of 531, according to Cesare Albacini in his beautiful study on Carlo Pipoli, was from Bologna to Rieti a revival of municipalities, like that of 48 was a revival of states, and that of 59 was a revival of the entire Italian people. A progressive evolution, a Darwinian theory, perhaps more scientific and astute than arcane and unpredictable civil selective forces of history. Nevertheless, I believe we conclude that a revolution which started from court with empty pockets and clean hands, which had its baptism of blood in Rimini, facing Austrian cannons with pikes and hunting rifles, does not deserve either condemnation, irony, or scorn. And I believe even more that if subsequent generations in Bologna did not collapse under the weight of dual Praetorian and Austrian tyranny, much is due to this good and almost domestic memory for all of the revolution of 1831. Isidore Del Lungo's conference, the reading I am about to give you, comprises thoughts and feelings more mine than those of the man to whom I dedicate it. I will do little more than arrange together pages from his or his friends' works, most of which have been published in recent years, and from them both the man and the patriot emerge each worthy of. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Silvio. There are a few examples from the history of our Italia Risorgimento that can inspire young Italians more effectively with a sense of grandeur and deeds, severity of purpose, and a high concept of what each man owes to his fellow humans and to his country. I evoke before you the noble figure of an hero of the Italian Risorgimento, who is also a hero of the Greek Risorgimento. The claim for Greek freedom from Muslim barbarism filled a joyful and glorious page in the sad book of human events between 1821 and 29, a page that has been reopened by other hands. Today, may God will it to be marked indelibly with the holy word justice. And 1821 is also the date of the first Italian movements for liberal reforms and our independence from Austria. In 1825, Santorre Santarosa died, a precursor to George Byron for Greek freedom, as his efforts to achieve Italian greatness had failed. This is the man I speak of, whom I bring before you. When the initial surge of nationalism, which began just 6 years after the Congress of Vienna in Carbonari circles, aimed to raise Italy, it found its focus in the two royal states at the extremes of the peninsula, Naples and Piedmont, that moved towards constitutional monarchy, for which Spain had resisted Napoleon. The Piedmontese Revolution, a mere 1 month old, appointed Count Santarosa as Minister of War, the head of arms against Austria. This young man, barely an adolescent, had followed his father, a colonel in the Royal Army, to defend Italy from French invasion, and witnessed his father's death at the head of his regiment in the Battle of Mondove. Subsequently, he served as mayor of Savigliano, and under prefect in the Spezia took up arms again during the 100 Days alongside Cesare Balbo, and there was the brave general, once a Napoleonic warrior. Giflenga participated in the expedition to Grenoble and remained at his uncle's request in the Ministry of War. He balanced official duties with keen husbandly and parental love, moral and literary studies, and intense aspirations for an Italy based on Vittorio Alfieri's visions. The Piedmontese officer from the 100 Days, upon witnessing his King Vittorio Emanuele I return with Austrian forces, wrote in that overly poetic Latin that Foscolo popularized May 20, 1815. Our king entered the city, and all hearts exclaimed in joy, O king, save our king! But the banners of his majesty surrounded the king, making him appear like a little child. So the onlookers cried out, Here is the king, but his country is not with him. Where did he feel his country? It is when my hunting horns sound a quick and lively march, and I see before me young men with daring and almost mischievous appearances, that my blood boils and bubbles within. Here is the translation of the text while preserving the name Silvio. In my despair, I ask myself, why wasn't I born English, Prussian, or Russian? I even say, why wasn't I born French? Will it ever be that I hold an Italian flag, that I lead among the perilous Italian soldiers? We Piedmontese, we brave ones, we spirited ones, who are we? Merely weak auxiliaries of the ancient enemies of the great homeland, perhaps scorned auxiliaries, destined not to share in the honor of battles. Is there nothing in these thoughts to make one die of rage and resentment? Frederick, father of Frederick I, created Prussia by creating its army. Victor Emmanuel could create Piedmont by creating an army. He continues his generous outburst, recalling memories from a year earlier when, in Genoa, during the fleeting renewal of the ancient pub orchestrated by the powers, the English attacked the French in Italian Genoa, and the Genoes would have seen their roofs collapse, heard the sobbing voices of the old children, and women terrified endure the hardships of hunger and military license, had the French not betrayed their emperor. The French wanted to occupy Italian Genoa. The English wanted to occupy it too. Italian Genoa, meaning weak, downtrodden, unhappy, should have remained silent, suffered even more so. It should have bowed its head and weaved a glowing panegyric for both foreign dukes who desolately led their people. He then turns with a brotherly heart to the Neapolitans lost in Murat's adventures. He has a trembling hope for his Piedmont, thinking that princes of Italian blood sit on that throne. He feels regret for noble Sicily, which Victor Amadeus I did not preserve for his successors, so as to be able to clasp Italy from both sides and force it. He expresses the belief that Italy's future liberation must be achieved by either the Piedmontese or the Neapolitans. The issue was resolved 45 years later on the banks of the Volturno. On the day Victor Emmanuel I, at the head of his old army, and Giuseppe Garibaldi with his red shirts, the king and dicta met as victors, and joined hands in the name of Italy powerful and loyal fists. But let's return to one of those fiery words that Santarosa wrote in the spring of 15 In my despair, I even say, why wasn't I born French? The aversion to France, hate for the Gauls, as they said, was in Piedmont during those years the first and most fertile seed of Italianness. It came to Santorre, like many others, primarily from the cult of Alfieri, then from the bitter resentment left in the hearts of those who had been forced to serve Napoleon, just as, and on a much larger scale and at a higher level of office than Santarosa, it was for Caesar Balbo, driven by an ambition of which he himself, in his Ricordi, accuses himself. With Balbo Luigi Pravana and Luigi Ornato, Santarosa had forged in Turin a strong friendship, indeed a real bond and conjunction of affections. They drew closer at a little academy held in the Count Prospero Balbo's home, its purpose quite different from what we might expect from the Academy's gala, said with high words the ornament to awaken thought in Italy. Thought lost among the phrases of many similar associations. The four friends had begun their spiritual fellowship by noting in a shared notebook what, towards common goals, passed through their minds and what stirred within their hearts. And letters from one to another were often signed with a numerical cipher, 14. The ornament's vocation for classical and philosophical studies, Pravana for history, Balbo for the philosophy of history, and Santarosa for politics and Italian thought in actional, emerged and flourished in this virtuous youth consort. The usual traditional jargon names, incruscato, interpedo, ricavrado, stringato, which they had in Concord, had changed to Roman names in the group of four. The ornament became Metellus, Pravana Flaminius, Santarosa Tiberius Gracchus, while Balbo remained unnamed. Certainly among the four, he was the reserve and cautious, like the hottest, conforming to his tribunate name, Count Santorre. He was also known among the four friends as the solemn, for the emphasis he put into reading and speaking, which sometimes turned into commotion and fury, with great gesture expansiveness and banging fists and convulsively gripping conversants or listeners. When they were close, they would gather in one of their rooms or go for solitary walks. When apart, they would correspond, setting aside an hour on a given day to think together about one thing or another, thinking it with the sweetness of affection, whose end point was always the homeland. Nurtured virestly, this affection they wanted to flow tender like a woman's love. To love, they said, and keep that to your great praise, lords, to love as a woman loves. The correspondence between ornament and Pravana introduces us with admirable illusion into the inner life of these generous souls. Studies and readings of classics and mathematics and attempts at various kinds of works, lyric poetry, tragedies, comedies, with critical reviews, reciprocally alternated with virtuous intentions and designs, and promises and oaths for the future good of the homeland. They translated Terthus, adding notes that sought to allegorize Italy's civil conditions, raid Florentine historians, studying the events of liberty, exalted themselves with Savonarola and refaced the Piagnoni in meditating on Machiavelli, while cursing Guicciardini with scorn. They contemplated subjects for Italian history, and the thought of these young Alfierian youth went to the Palermo Vespers, which Santarosa romanticized in Gualtiero and Francesca, but Pravana wanted instead to treat it critically, as he later did with patriotic intent, as a Mari. Italy's great writers were regarded as equals to the saints, like a religion the Toscan, language a sacred bond, testimony of homeland Virgil, our ancient Italian. Father Alieri, in whom ornament, who would become a distinguished Greek scholar, heard Aeschylus, Father Petrarch, whose verse is the lament for Italy, and his epistolae the enthusiasm for virtue and liberty. Father Boccaccio himself, though if used for servile corruption, it's well that Girolamo burned the Decameron. The Florentines of the 13th and 15th centuries, guardians of here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Silvio. the word and sentiment of national pride, and a reading of French classics, which should only be undertaken with a 14th century Florentine at your side as a precautionary measure. This discipline is all the more worthy because it sometimes happened that the sincerity of the language and style did not make up for the lack of other virtues in these readers. And on one of those occasions, we see Silvio, satiated by the beautiful prose of Firenzuola, turning to Voltaire and Pascal, but soon returning to the Florentine tongue. As he puts it, with a noble historian indeed, Bernardo Segni, and promising never to abandon myself like this again. For he writes, Florentine things become for me a necessary food, both for matter and language. And rising from words to the memories of great events, these intertwined with the troubles of the present Florence, betrayed by the French and left alone against the Pope and the Empire, put into his heart an implacable desire for vengeance. And he wanted to scatter the ashes of Pope Clement VIII to the wind, seeing him among the parricides walking the fiery paths of Tartarus, and the spectres of fainting citizens, dead mothers with their children in their arms, following his steps. But directly and immediately Silvio was the father of those brave sons, a father, master, and informant to all. They celebrated the anniversary of his death, revered his bust, made vows in his name, and dedicated themselves to the fatherland. They chose a solitary place on a hill near Superga for their brotherly walks, where they placed a stone consecrated as the tomb of the father, a pilgrimage therein commemorate the mother, that is, Italy. They inscribed Latin and Greek epitaphs on the walls of the nearby church, and engraved the name of Italy on the trunk of that magnificent other cross, which overlooks the surrounding hills, and at the foot of which often felt sorrow that the plain beneath my gaze bore the name Italy, as Ornato writes to Provana. Silvio also drew an elegiac apostrophe from Salazzo, a poetess from Turin, Italy. Italy, my pain names you, to use as a symbol of mourning on a ring. And I, continues Ornato, I engraved the august name on that divine trunk, turned my gaze to the future, and lived with them, nourished by celestial illusions, until the setting sun or the humid breath of the wind roused me from these adventurous dreams, and I descended sadly and thoughtfully to confront our usual fate. And Silvio, alone on that same hill, with a half library in my pocket, it was a spring day in 1818, writes he, saluted Mount San Michele and the hills of Avigliana. With my gaze fixed on the beautiful plain bathed by the Father River, I said, my God, author of truth and life, source of all good and virtue, my creator and preserver, I promise you, and also promises to memory. From my father and mother I learned to order my life, my home, and my time to persevere in Italian literature, to serve this poor homeland, and to cultivate wise thoughts about educating my children. As I drew near the cross, I thought of Jesus Christ and said, "Oh, Jesus Christ, I will not say that you are a man, but I will say that you are God's chosen one as the Son of God. I intend to be an honest and just man, and let God take care of the rest." As I turned away from the cross, I added, "These who today call themselves your followers do not resemble you, and I can invoke your name without being part of that number. I promised God and myself to preserve in my writings related to Italian patriotism the truth, humanity, justice, and sanctity of custom that are appropriate so they would not be a burden to me before God. The theism of these patriotic thinkers, a kind of Christian stoicism, is expressed in a high sense of morality, human responsibility, and freedom. Morality which speaks to our hearts in such a way that it cannot be shattered. Freedom, over which they made this mathematical equation. Freedom is to a people as reason is to a man. Human responsibility, which they felt more vividly as the dangers of maintaining it were greater in times of servitude, and the easier it was to give up and despair. The ornato, who was, so to speak, the philosopher of this group, and who knew from his Greek philosophers the science and art of life, after spending entire nights reading Xenophon, aloud with good pronunciation, he felt unworthy to approach these supremes. When, returning to the present empty and dark, he wrote to Santarosa, adapting a line from Dante, "No greater sorrow than bearing in soul, that through needs to act, but through necessity does nothing," and to Provana, with Piedmontese energy, "Wes, this life we live is so desperate that either we must die or do something. We will choose one of these two things, if you like, one day when we can deliberate together." But with Provana, Ornato also returned to the miserable conditions of the peninsula in 18. It seemed to them that Piedmont had failed to meet the hopes of other Italians after the Napoleonic catastrophe of 15, as it was the only region whose government had national identity and tradition. But this did not exempt them from fulfilling the duty of an Italian, no, thank God, namely the duty of achieving the moral and political rebirth of Italians, setting aside all other allurements, even those of fine arts. Ornato disagreed with Balbo, the fourth, who had written from Spain, infatuated with paintings and statues. Instead, he felt more aligned with Solon, or Santarosa, an enthusiastic worker towards closer goals, and he thought that Solon deserved the primacy, a kind of supremacy, within the group. And to Provana as well, on the coast between France and Liguria, he wrote greetings to the mountains. Surrounded, he greets Father Ocean standing before him. He bids farewell to that port from which 600 years ago Italian laden ships set sail, bound for all of Europe and Asia, carrying the fruits of our ancestors' ingenuity. Now it only opens to receive foreign goods and strange laws. But, he continued, if seeing others more miserable than ourselves offers any solace, let's look at modern Greece, and if we dare, let us lament our own state. The most unrestricted tyranny sits in the land of Aristides, Epaminondas, and Timoleon, the grossest ignorance in the land of Socrates, Plato. The uncertain traveller cannot find Sparta any more. The august name of Patria, which good Homer makes his heroes utter with such affection, has lost all meaning in that country, as it has little among us its counterpart in our language. This is what the four friends said in 15, but by 1821 for Italy and Greece, and due to the fate of one of them, was close. I am 35 years old, wrote Count Santarosa on October 18th, 1810, after returning from one of his meditative walks. Let us dedicate this last hour of my youth to the serious and necessary inquiry into my duties. And he positioned himself before them, regretting some of the past days of his warmer years. Duties towards God, which is to say, according to natural religion, toward justice, towards his family, his dearest wife Carolina, with a generous and compassionate heart, and their two little children, the older one 6 years old, and the girl, Santorina, towards his office, for which he feels he has not been sufficiently attentive and diligent, towards study and Italianness. He plans to complete the Sicilian Letters, which was the book on the Palermo Vespers, accompanying the work with avid reading of his beloved Florentines from the 14th and 15th centuries. Just a few more minutes, and my aurinal sphere will mark the last instant of my 35th year of life. The latest epoch of youth ends with it try enter maturity. O Santorre, think seriously about being a man. I entrust you with your peace, your honor, your children. My God, I bow down before you. I will use my reason, I will obey my conscience. But 2 years later, after the military declaration of Guglielmo Peep had torn from the Bourbons their first constitution to swear to, Santarosa eagerly awaits a book he has written, Italy's Hopes. The very title which many years later, with now matured aspirations, will associate the name of the fourth among friends, Cesare Balbo, with the peaceful beginning of Italy's claim to itself. Except that Santarosa was anticipating events with the fervor of his generous heart. Italy wants deeds, not words. Thus, he contemplated premiering a prologue to his book, Facts, not words. I am not a literatus, I am a soldier, whom, belonging to no sect, knows only his altars, his homeland, and his sword. A bold herald of Italy's popular truths, I will raise the cry of our war for independence, and even more loudly the cry for concord, which makes just wars terrible yet happy. And he quickly sketched that convergence of efforts from the two extremes and the major states of the peninsula he had always envisioned, 50,000 Austrians advancing against the constitutional kingdom of Naples, joined together after occupying March, Tuscany, and Romagna, with the main body of the imperial army in Lombardy, while the Neapolitan army resists. Italy's centre rises up in arms. Piedmont, with 60,000 men, crosses the Ticino. But if the prince is cold, he cannot be. But if he were, the Piedmontese soldier, the Italian soldier, must tell his king, Your Majesty, Lombardy is seething, Naples barely defends itself, Rome takes up arms. We Piedmontese, eagerly awaited and expected by all of Italy, we valiant men and soldiers of strong princes, will we simply wait with our arms folded as the triumphant Austrians, happy with our inaction, come to give us imperious orders. We are Italians, Your Majesty. In this formula lies our duty to raise the flags and turn them towards the Ticino in the name of Italy and Savoy on the standards. There is not a single young man who cannot be the heir of Prince Eugene. It was a vision, I repeat, an intoxicating vision of military and patriotic glory, within which Piedmont and House of Savoy ascended to the honours of Italian apotheosis. That young prince to whom war laurels were prophesied was Carlo Alberto, and it was Carlo Alberto who, serving as regent, granted in March 1821 the Spanish Constitution at the very moment that good King Vittorio Emanuele had abdicated in favour of his brother Carlo Phyllis, who, the king of reaction from Modena, which is to say from Vienna, disavowed the constitution, regent, and any national initiative. So this move, loyally initiated by devoted followers, not only of the king, but also of freedom, found itself immediately, and things in Naples had fantastically accelerated, and central Italy had witnessed, forced to lean on what Santarosa, in narrating these events, calls with just judgment, the will and the unwillingness of Carlo Alberto. But other pages of this generous little book confess that none of the initiators had seriously promised him Green Count or a Prince Eugene, and others then echo that accusation of traitor that flew across Italy and beyond in Burchet's verses. The judgment around the king who sacrificed himself from his defection on March 21st to his sacrifice on April 49th has already been pronounced by history, and Italy can well forgive him the Trocadero, if with it he saved the crown from the insidious machinations of the Austro-Estenes, a crown that, in the bloody field and for the second time fatally at Novara, he would have given to Vittorio Emanuele, destined to be King of Italy. But around Santarosa, soldier here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Silvio, the minister of the constitutional revolution, radiates all the glory of that first Italian movement towards independence and the unity of the homeland. And when before the good king abdicated, when Santorre Asti, passing on March 11 in front of Vittorio Alfieri's house, marched over Alessandria, already raised, and raised in the name of a kingdom of Italy. I saw, he writes, Italy's era of glory that the citizen poet had prophesied being unveiled. But with the abdication and the departure from Turin on the night of March 13 by Vittorio Emanuele, the Piedmontese army of king and freedom immediately clashed its weapons against the Piedmontese army of king and legitimacy. Then among the four friends, since we here follow not the history of those events, but of those four, or rather of one alone among the four, that one in whom the aspiration for free orders and Italian identity was governed by a more tenacious spirit of conservation. Balbo advised against it, entreated, and unheeded, he withdrew to take a deliberate stand where, in fact, the king's flag was planted, and he remained there until he saw Austrian battalions arriving around that one, after all predictable flag Provana, though recognizing the generous and Italian nature of the movement and its aim to save the king and country from the overwhelming Nordic tyranny. After the royal gatherings in Troppo and in Luggiabugiana throughout Italy disapproved after Carlo Alberto's retreat the forms and methods employed, and did not participate with his actions, nor did this later spare neither Provana nor Balbo the vengeance of those who, above all, pursued ideas. Santarosa kept his promise to himself and to God, even before his conspirator comrade S, and by his side, a faithful idealist, calmly philosophizing even amidst the civil storm, remained Luigi Ornato, head of the Friend Minister's cabinet. And I believe that both noble patriots' words echo, and the hearts of Flaminio and Tiberio Gracco beat with their generous palpitations and civic wisdom, meditatively pondered upon the Greeks and Latins and our Florentines, is infused into the orders of the day given in Turin on March 23 and 27, 1821, by Count Santorre di Santarosa, regent of the war and navy ministry, one for the Piedmontese army, the other for the mobilization of contingents, where Santarosa, presenting himself as a legitimately constituted authority, strives to save the cause of the constitutional throne, excusing Carlo Alberto's youthful inexperience. The lack of freedom of action in the newly crowned king surrounded by Austria, and hoping which was unfortunately not the case for France's favour. All attach yourselves around your standards, not rebel but royal standards, grasp them, run to plant them on the shores of the Ticino and Po. The Lombard land awaits you, the Lombard land that will devour its enemies at the appearance of our vanguard. Standards not of rebels, but royal standards, and which the Eagle of Savoy has already beheld that Italian region. Below them, here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Silvio, you young soldiers, with joy and confidence, took up the arms that your homeland had given you. You already smile at the thought of battle, at the prospect of being recognized as sons of the defenders of Caesarea, whose ferocity amazed Napoleon Bonaparte, and perhaps halted his initial steps in the conquest of Italy, if we hadn't then had Austrians as allies. And you Genoans, when you see the name of Genoa written on your legion's banner, our enemies will be terrified. There behold the men of 1746. He held firm more than anyone else to the very end. After the enemy, outnumbering us, advanced, he only then left command, refusing to negotiate, as he deemed it an offence to his sworn faith, or accepting mediation from diplomats only if an amnesty was granted, a benefit for which he renounced. He attempted in vain, with the remnants of the valorous constitutional army led by San Marzano Lizio and Colegno, a desperate defense effort by closing oneself off in Gino. And during these very attempts, he fell into the hands of the Carabineers, but was saved from the gallows by a Polish adventurer and a small group of brave students he took to exile with his companions. The sea opened its arms to those rejected by the servile land, to free men who had dreamed of Italy's greatness. Beyond the fateful Ticino, the sacred river on whose arid shore the hopes of that sublime dream once floated, a young poet, the great Italian poet of the century, kept in his heart the hymn prepared for the expected brothers. But if Alessandro Manzoni's hymn could no longer be the triumphant eponychium of freedom and justice in Italy, it remained the song of an enduring hope for all oppressed nations, the protest of a Righton whose name not only that one, but every other barrier should be broken off, a single homeland assigned to the Italians by God-dear Italy. Wherever your long servitude's mournful cry has echoed out, where even of human lineage every hope is not deserted, where liberty has already bloomed, and where it still matures in secret, where another misfortune brings tears, there is no heart that does not beat for you. Alas, the men whose deeds had inspired such a poem could now only agitate, fight, and die for the freedom of other lands, for the right to belong to other nations. In the remaining months of that tragic 21st, Santorre, like Foscolo before him in 1796, wandered through Switzerland, briefly leaving Ornato behind in Marseille. Perhaps he could not yet bring himself to create too much distance between himself and his beloved wife and their children, as another was about to be born. For a time he entertained the hope of bringing his family back to him in some secluded, tranquil corner where he might be allowed to continue thinking and working for Italy, but wherever he went, the relentless scourge of police, united in service of the Holy Alliance, followed him. And among those mountains he wrote in his diary to freedom, "How heavy is your yoke on my weary shoulders." Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Silvio. High above these mountains and these darkly verdant forests, he rules and protects these humble huts, making men courteous and honorable, and women honest. For you, I, a castaway and poor, can find a little peace for my restless soul and weary body. This shall be the sanctuary of him to whom republic kings do not wish, grant a hospitable roof. With his wife and children he spends his days growing old, forgetting his fortune, but weeping for his unhappy homeland. On the following day, July 1st, unhappy homeland. These words are said to me, written to me at every moment. And how could it be otherwise, if this is the thought that haunts me even as night and sleep are interrupted? And reflecting on his homeland, he feared he would not be, as much as duty and reason demanded, diligent and prompt, he who upon the day of that terrible trial had strongly willed with all the energy of his Alfieri, who had acted like a hero from ancient times. He arrived at calling himself the weakest among men, a slave to indolence and softness, whose reflections, written on the sea shore, would be erased by the first gust. Such thought swirled in his soul on a stormy July day during one of his meditative walks along the shores of Lake Leman. And upon reaching, he writes, "Where the road leaves the lake, I gathered all the virtues of my mind, and 3 times, with a knee to the ground, as the wind and rain rage, I pronounced the words of firm resolution. These were the thoughts, Italian youth, and you must remember them. Oh, mothers, idealists like this, in the very act of being heroic doers, men from not so long ago, men of the pioneering generation. And may our children wish to renew the fibers of their souls with such high domestic examples for the benefits of freedom, not idle turmoil, but the honest and fertile fruits of freedom are little, nothing, a shame if one does not deserve them. There is much more to be read in the diary of the exile. August 17th, the kind farmer wanted to give me 6 eggs for those few kisses I gave to his children, and the oldest boy called me over to see a squirrel on the oak tree. Oh, good people, oh, simple ones. Oh, this little plot is a paradise. The sweetest slopes remind me of the hill in Turin. Oh, homeland. Oh, memories. And after other descriptive pages, not unworthy of any better trained pen, back to the homeland. Always, as in the verse of that poet from those noble exiles, Burchett, the homeland in my heart. And with the homeland, the family, you can still live for the homeland. My name, for the things attempted in Piedmont, is not unknown. If I honor it with deeds and writing, my children will have encouragement and help to be good and valiant. O my children, O my Teodoro, and you, dearest companion of my unhappy fate, what are you doing? Perhaps contempt surrounds you, poverty threatens you. Homeland, how much it costs me to love you so. But in the final days of that September, this life in which the 2 strong men, Santorre and Ornato, shielded themselves from fortune's blows with such calm determination, Ornato played the flute while his friend accompanied him on the clarinet. They read Rousseau's Julia at various locations, visited Lopat, Du Charterhouse, explored Churchill and Castle with Sismondi, and near Kublai's Tower they fantasized about tournaments, knights, and troubadours. This life was saddened by tears of the most bitter kind that any man can shed on earth. I remember the 27th of September, I told Luigi Ornato, when I had to tell him his mother was no longer with us, and the immense pain he endured, and the time when I left him to think about his misfortune without saying a word, and the terror I felt when he didn't return, having left in the last hour of the evening. Indeed, Ornato deserved the comfort of such a friend, and that they should share the sanctity even of these sorrows, as well as some mournful hopes. A child was born to me, writes Santarosa, in the night of October 17th. Eternal God, may you bless my little girl, who will bear the name of my mother, who was your faithful servant and snatched me from you too soon. Mother, I dedicate her to you. Accept my offering from your heavenly dwelling. Santorre, prepare a life of honor and happiness for your children, preserving your integrity, caring for your reputation, and serving your country.
Yeah.
Paulina, may God bless you and grant you health to console your father. And that evening, and the next, his thoughts flew to his little one. What a beautiful evening that gently concludes one of the happiest days of the year. I greet you with a heart almost serene. This place is filled with peace. The torrent's waters crash against the rocks. Some birds still sing. My thought will let you reach the cradle of my daughter. There was another Paulina who made me feel the joy of being a father for the first time and the sorrow of seeing offspring die. Angel of heaven, it is you who protect your father in adversity, who instill so much peace in his heart. We were born, my dear Paulina, we were born under the same planet. My hair will turn white when you greet youthful blossoming. I will live then within you and with you. May God preserve and bless you, daughter of misfortune, conceived during terrible days of conspiracy, nourished at your mother's breast during stormy times, and born as her father treads the soil of exile. I hear your cries, your tears. I see you greedily suckling maternal milk, and I see the loving nurse's eyes gazing upon your face, moistened with tears, thinking of your unhappy father. And then on November 3rd, never has a sweeter evening been seen. I will wait until the sun sets and removes this dearest hill's festivity, the rosy west and white peaks. Here is the translation of the provided text, preserving the name Silvio. The Alps of the Valesian announce that the life-giving planet is still on our horizon, but its disk vanished, and shadows fall upon the hill, mist hangs over the lake, and solitude reigns in the vineyards. This is the last day of the grape harvest and autumn's joy, yet it seems nature intends to grant us some serene days. Who knows if the sun still shines where mackerel waters the plain of Piedmont? Who knows if my unhappy wife is cheered by the sweet season? My little angel, Paulina, receive the fatherly greeting from your cradle. Perhaps a short time will pass before I swing you and caress you. Great God, keep her alive. And life and action called out to him. Everything escapes and disappears. Immortal God, take my heart, my sense of love, embrace it in your bosom. I do not want to die. Oh, my children, I will never wish anyone to reproach me for being a father. The enemies of freedom will be the first to despise me if I falter in my course. If European affairs prevent us from attempting Italy's fortune once more, I shall serve my country by writing, and nourish my mind and heart with the sweetness of labor and the hope of glory. I will write in Italian. I have once again strayed into my native tongue, but I will make amends for the damage suffered over several months of reading and writing in French. His sojourn in Switzerland was also cheered by encounters with other Piedmontese. One day it was Dal Pozzo, his former government colleague. Another day in Fribourg, after Mass, it was Morfiligio, a comrade in arms at Alessandria, and Novara, a dear and generous young man, my companion in that perilous venture. They had shared a meal with the Azeglio family, and Roberto di Ziglio visited the Santarosa with the Abadjad School of Mutual Teaching. He also met with the Cisterna family when the young prince and other those condemned to death set off for Paris, while the sisters returned to Turin in tears. In Geneva he forged a worthy friendship with Sismondi, the historian of our medieval republics, who wrote to him, "The steadfastness you maintained when an army of confederates was destroyed at the first shot, like snow under the sun, that same steadfastness will serve you well in enduring exile and persecution." I am familiar with only a few lines from Silvio's letters to his family. Some are preserved by Pravana, who remained in Piedmont but left military service, while Balbo chose voluntary exile. To Pravana, Santarosa roti Hupan, seeing my excellent Carolina, you must encourage her greatly to bear with steadfastness the misfortunes of our cruel fate, and tell her to pray God to shorten these bitter days of separation, but that in the meantime her image lives forever in my heart. He also wrote her, "I hope you have seen my wife and children. Write to me about Theodore. Do not hide the truth from me. I believe that next spring I will be able to reunite with my family in a hospitable land." And he renewed his usual exchanges with Pravana. Of the quadripartite friendship, he informs Silvio that he has received letters from Balbo, and he announces the pilgrimages he will undertake with Ornato, carrying on his shoulders himself Santarosa, a very heavy bag that I will bear in the manner of a soldier, and I hope with the same ease as my former sergeants of the hunters. they will ascend the Grotlai, and we shall greet in our journey, in your name as well, the most beautiful valleys, the most charming mountains, the freshest waters, and the holiest memories. At another time, he shares his religious impressions. Imagine temples where you see nothing but a few benches and a lectern. The eye in vain seeks an altar and the sign of the redemption of the world. And the heart seems to answer, this is not religion where there is no altar or sacrifice. He reflects on the Catholic Holy Week, criticizing Master Calvin, the sad theologian Picard, who believed it possible to create a church of philosophers, the horrors and wickednesses of our priests who paved the way for him, and their casual and rude treatment of the ceremonies of our worship. But the most cherished theme in those few letters is his old friendship with the Four. The Four are divided, beaten by the terrible storm, but so much union of spirit and such sincere love and such high hopes must not come to nothing. Each one of us will always need the esteem of the other three. I still love the fourth best, and I am unhappy to find myself greater than in all virtues. What virtue could he have meant by the strongest man? Whatever it was, how much kindness is expressed here in his realization that he must recognize Balbo's special superiority. Superiority, he immediately adds, which cannot be compensated by having many other excellent qualities. Luigi! We are still young, let time not devour the years of collective vigor that we still have to live. Woe if we stop living morally one day. The cut thread can never be tied again. We will be dead before we reach our tomes. Let us look at events as our grandchildren will in 1910. Let us not be overwhelmed by the storm. We are still young, I repeat, live faithful to God and to the fatherland. Fortune will take care of the rest. Disdain, more than ever, I did not make of the philosophy of the wicked and the politics of the evil dog. We, gentlemen, are those grandchildren, and 1910 is not far away. But if we could say that we look at events and masters of them as we are largely today, exercise such mastery with the same virtue, with the same energy in living morally, with the same tenacious youthfulness with which with those vanquished, proscribed, condemned to bore the weight on their beaten shoulders and continued their painful way with their heads held high toward heaven. A few more days of Swiss hospitality allowed Santorre his remonstrances against the federal government. Continuously, the police of Turin and Vienna were watching him. On November 15th, from Vivi Boulevard, he wrote, "Whose son, I see you set for the last time over the lake. Oh, son! In a few days I will be far from you." And before the month was out, he found himself in Paris. Turning back, as he often did, to reflect on his past, that year 1821, his 38th, must have seemed to him like a dream. From the calm of family, friendship, work, studies, he leapt into the turmoil of conspiring, the struggles of rising up, governing fighting, then swept away in flight, condemned to the gallows, into exile, and finally returned to calm during that almost Swiss retreat, but lonely and sorrowful calm for an outcast, abandoned to philosophical musings, to the romanticized heart of a boiling and impetuous Ortis, except for the gloomy, scruffy Jacobin Jacopo Foscolo, after witnessing the sacrifice of the country at Campo Formio, knew no better than to get embroiled in a stormy passion, and for that, obeying the desperate cry that drew him towards the grave, he killed himself. Santorre, instantly replacing thought with action, even while reproaching himself that restless spirit for sloth and tardiness, had written during those months and now published a booklet on the Piedmontese Revolution namely about the things he had done. He invoked God's strength and help, which he felt would never leave him as long as he himself did not fail his own conscience's advice to continue serving his country justice and truth. And when revenge from men who took away his homeland and implacably pursued him from asylum to asylum, reduced him to the point of being unable to do anything in which that clear and dignified conscience could rest, then he would indeed hear a desperate cry. But it would be the cry of a nation breaking chains, and for that nation Santorre would nobly give his life. Thus, towards the end of 1821, in Paris, an Italian who called himself Conti had taken up residence in a garret in the Latin Quarter, and a booklet titled On the Piedmontese Revolution saw the light, which bore on its front page Alfieri's verses. The strength is there for him. For me there is the truth. And to the narrative of events added, as a conclusion, these fateful words, the liberation of Italy will be the event of the 19th century. It showed how the weakness of princes and Austria's violence could only delay the explosion, nothing more. With European hopes for constitutional monarchies dashed, replaced by the dark toil of sex, there would come a day when freedom and law would resume their sure and solemn pace. And it ended the easy victories of despots over the movements in Naples, and Piedmont fooled them into thinking they have faced Italy and crushed it. Fools, they never did such of, then my recounted events prove it. And I had to prove it so that none of my countrymen might use the events of 1820 and 1881 to argue the impotence of an Italian revolution. He had written only in French. To gain, even in the face of revolution's calumnies, a broader readership. I did not dare to sign, he wrote, because an exile. But the most important courage was that of writing, and it was easy to think that the author would become known, and before others, by the most zealous readers, by European policemen. A few days after publication, that little booklet, a mere volume, but containing in itself the greatness of impartially narrating, daring, or suffered things which, in the history of Italian thought and sentiment, has a worthy common origin with Pellico's Prigioni, came into the hands of one of France's most distinguished thinkers and writers, who later ascended to the highest dignities of state under the July monarchy, temporarily suspended from teaching due to reactionary power, and also suffering from a nearly fatal chest illness Vittorio Cousin. I read it. He wrote as a pastime, like reading a novel, but I found a true hero of a novel in the leader of that revolution. His figure dominates all others in this 30-day history. A partisan of England's constitution, already proven by the Sicilians and poorly convinced of Spain's after Naples' example dragged him to it, he assumed without question the leadership of the revolution, and a true dictator. He demonstrated an energy that even his opponents had to admire, never separated from the chivalrous moderation so rare in such circumstance until, when all was lost, he offered his own exile for the pacification of his country. Knowing that this protagonist, the hero, was also the author of the booklet, and that he was in Paris, Cousin, even from his sickbed, wanted to meet him. They became friends, as if we had spent our entire lives together. But Alfieri's gallophobia faded like mist in the sun for the power of a human and patriotic affection. In him, Cousin portrayed him, where united strength and goodness, a man ready to throw himself into the most perilous trials, and perfectly content to dedicate his life to alleviating a friend's suffering. He had the passion for conversation, and he was a wonderful speaker. Nothing elegant about his mannerisms, a masculine, virile tone, accompanied by exquisite politeness, far from handsome, but when he became animated, which was always, he attracted people with passion. As weak and prostrated as I was, his energetic words produced in me a nervous, feverish exaltation, almost to the point of fainting. Then another man entered him in Taiolaiola affection, all tenderness, a true sister of charity who held back the word, the breath from his large, robust chest, so much in need of expansion, not to harm the poor patient. And how many nights did he spend at my bedside with my old maid, then throwing himself down onto a sofa when I was feeling better, and there he, so miserable but comforted by serene conscience and his iron health, would fall asleep peacefully until dawn. In Paris and in a little villa in an Auteuil, as Cousin's health improved, the two friends spent that winter between. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Silvio 21 and 22. Silvio's cousin resumed work on his plateau. Santorre was already thinking, it was his dream, to start again with written words serving Italy. Strongly inclined, he wrote in his final night of that fateful year to undertake any more daring thing for Italian freedom. He meditated on a work to be entitled On Liberty and Its Relation to Forms of Government. He returned to daydreaming under the grand trees of Luxembourg about the Italian novel The Vespers. He attempted verses, The Wife of the Outlaw, thinking of his Carolina, the one believed to be portrayed in the widowed Clarina of Burchett's romance. Strongest in love, he kissed her letters, strongest in suffering, and invoked her memory to save him. And to their children he thought as he saw the frolicking of the children on the lawns of that garden. Dear children, an ornament to our avenues, who remind us of spring in the cold December, like the roses I look at with such pleasure near the pond. My children, shall we greet spring here together? Yes, I hope so, and I will make sure to embrace you without bitterness or remorse. He had days of infinite despondency. It seemed to him that he had, upon proof, fallen short of himself, and now lost all vigor, all power to act, not a trace of passive courage, from which any fruit would never emerge. I prefer, he wrote, my nights to my days. Then I live with my friends and relations in the sweet homeland. Oh, goods, sole true ones, only desirable, they are lost for me. One day Cesare Balbo came to him, and they embraced, but they were no longer the friends of old, and poor Santorre felt unhappy. Writing, it's time for me to die. He wrote letters full of great affection to Pravana, recommending his wife and children, letters brimming with memories, dear and painful memories that grew sharper on certain days, especially religious occasions like Christmas and Holy Week, and he begged the friend to be in the church where they had attended together. I will likely be at Our Lady's, but with a dry heart, frowning, gloomy, gazing viciously at these priests I cannot love, Druidic priests, and elsewhere writing to cousin who keep Christians at too great a distance from God, and one day they will repent. The most devoted of Silvio's four friends, Ornato, had followed him faithfully to Paris and lived with him under another name, deeply immersed in Greek studies, which later contributed significantly to Cousin's Plato, facilitated both study and life, fraternal generosity, by another of our esteemed exiles, Prince della Cisterna. But the spring Silvio had hoped for perhaps to reunite him with his deserted family, instead brought imprisonment and exile in the provinces. The alliance wholly too of the police triumphed in not leaving him alone with him, the most closely watched among all the noble agitators of national sentiment in Piedmont, not granting him peace or rest. The 2 months of prisoners found solace in reading the Bible, immersing themselves in its pages when discussing extradition, understanding full well what that meant being handed over to the gallows. They were comforted by conversations with cousin, attentions from a humble Piedmontese sorbet maker named Bossi, who had been his order in the Alpine War, and the affection of their warden, attracted not only by the man's moral authority, but also by his honest nature. Since concealing his name, rightfully feared by freedom's enemies, was considered his sole offence against the country hosting him, he was given a provincial relegation rather than a passport to England, which he requested reluctantly, driven solely by his love for personal freedom. This man, who had started his political life with misogyny, now loved France and Paris. "Oh, dear France," despite all her faults, he wrote to cousin. "This Paris that now holds a large part of me that I have always wanted to hate, and yet I have ended up loving." Their correspondence with cousin, initially from Alençon, where the philosophical friend came to visit him for a while, and later from Bourges, where he was transferred under closer surveillance after making objections on behalf of other exiles, and dear unhappy Italian homeland, in a noble letter to the Interior Minister, is a treasure trove of affectionate wisdom. Their conversations continued through books. Santorre had his friend send him publications related to religion, moral philosophy, and politics. But Lamennais' proud skepticism did not satisfy him. He preferred "My Dear Catholic Church," which I defend so willingly against the accusations of philosophical fools. When the two friends reunited for a brief month, poetic sunset walks were accompanied by discussions on the immortality of the soul, as cousin, continuing Plato's dialogues, was working on Phaedo at the time. Dots debated at the table during the day, which Santarosa suffered from in his enthusiastic faith, yielded the sullen to the spectacle of the sun setting in the evening, only to rise again the next morning. And our hopes for this life and the next, wrote the philosopher, blended into a silent hymn of faith in divine providence. However, while awaiting his book on governments and freedom, Santarosa's mind was weighed down by the orgy of absolutism unfolding in all European courts, big and small, and the treacherous, irresponsible machinations of the sects. Whether it is one or the other that prevails in this war between good and evil, he wrote to cousin, great religious and moral truths will suffer equally. True freedom, allied with morality, is a law in the eternal order, imperishable. He lamented not only the lack of opportunity, but also the absence of all the qualities and preparations necessary to serve that holy cause effectively. It seemed to him that he was good for something else, something during the storm and after, but it lacked anything firm, stable, or complete. The heart and imagination prevail. The heart with its tenderness, imagination with its enticing allure. Too much still clings to me, and will remain so, of my youthful energy. For no other reason was I conceived in the womb of a 13-year-old mother that early motherhood reflects in this, my posthumous youth. I was not fully formed. There is nothing finished in me but the heart. Meanwhile, statesmen and sovereigns gathered in Verona for a conference to reinforce European reaction. There they established Austrian occupations in Naples and Piedmont, Austria's police service in all Italian states, France's intervention against the constitutionalists in Spain, where Carlo Alberto would seal his defection from freedom under the arms, finally. They reject the demands that the insubordinate Greeks presented to these most Christian ones against the tyranny and barbarism of Muslims. And Santarosa wrote to cousin, I am ready to take up my book again, but now I have only this Verona conference on my mind. It is my duty to show Europe what we will do for Italy. But how odious it is to abandon the Greeks to revenge sooner or later from their enemies of the Christian faith. After finding the latent imprisonment in Borgias unbearable, Silvio, who had previously refused an offer to escape to England and in Alençon, insisted that the French government release him with a passport, universal refuge for exiles from all nations, which he obtained in early October. He returned through Paris with a gendarme by his side, embraced his cousin, whom he only got to see for 10 minutes, and left France forever. France, exclaims cousin, for which he was made, and which, after the July Revolution, could have served him like his colleague, if that restless soul, so proud of both good and bad fortune, had ever consented to serve another country than one that misfortune had made dearer and more sacred to him. Of the 3 incomplete years that remain, the 2 from when he arrived in England in October 1822 until he left for Greece in November 1824 were the most desolate and gloomy of his adventurous life. In London, among other exiles, he met Burchett, General Pepecchio, Giovanni Scalvini. He lived with Foscolo, renting, and these were the least cloudy days of that sad biennium, one of those well-furnished villas where Hugo squandered his lucrative English earnings and wore out both his peace of mind and dignity. And with Foscolo they discussed Italian matters, but more anecdotically than anything else, stopping at 1848 and showing Hugo's lack of proper appreciation for the new expressions of national sentiment and attempts and hopes. He found emotional resonance in a good Quaker family. A kind woman taught him some of that language. He savored and admired the benefits of freedom in that, indeed, great nation. But the calmness of mind he sought to carry out his plans through other studies and work in the service of Italy. He did not find the modest comforts he had hoped for at the end of life to raise one of his 5 children, these poor creatures associated with my unhappy fate. For whose education, above all the firstborn Theodore's, he was concerned, not that he distrusted his virtuous wife, but he unfortunately had reason to fear that the liberation from good sequester would be subject to abhorrent conditions, among which one made him Fremont, and that was that his Theodore could be given over for education by the Jesuits. He was stimulated even with reproaches and slanderous reproaches to offer, like other Italian exiles, his sword to those wars in Spain and Portugal, where the throne oscillated between royal ambitions and military licenses, but his heart told him nothing for that cause. He attempted work on newspapers in London, but he soon realized it lacked the qualities needed, those which one can happily renounce when one feels, as he writes, able to do something other than articles. He tried to retreat to Nottingham, where as a humble yet well-loved Italian and French tutor he found kindnesses in every way, and felt a consolatory feeling of living one's own work, which had eluded him what he most sought, but this did not calm his restless spirit. He was driven to break free from the dead waters into which he felt sinking deeper and deeper, to revive himself with an act of energy, even if reckless and precipitate. Such a need became imperative in that fervid nature, in that iron constitution. It could not be avoided. All this is documented on several pages of his usual recollections, in some from the epistolary by Foscolo, and in correspondence with cousin and Provana. In his memories he marked March 23, 1823, 23rd March. Is this not the day I published the proclamation that brought life and hope back to the homeland. Life was too short. Hopes vanished, but I preserve the honor of not having given up on Italian freedom. This is the day when, on Avigliana Hills, I made resolutions that saved me from grave errors during the 1815 French campaign, and the decision to abandon writing in French for Italian. And March 23 was also the day last year when the King Louis's henchmen seized me. A day of glory in 1821, and an unjust misfortune in 822, a sacred day for solemn thoughts in 1815, and remembered henceforth with a sense of sweetness. Today I return it filled with hope. I greet you, and I recognize from divine providence the concurrence of circumstances that bring me to welcome you. A day filled with hopes and comforts of these delicate and gentle superstitions that he enjoyed sharing with ancient Romans. Silvio can confess to his cousin when on October 18th of that same year, on his 40th anniversary, a volume of the New Plato arrived from his friend in that solitude. Of this work, on one page of which he later dedicated a page in memory of him, gloriously departed, Silvio wrote, "My heart, from which all movements of my moral existence proceed, is miserably oppressed by the thought that he would never see his homeland again. That thought, like a ghost pursuing the guilty, followed your poor friend. Yet even amidst these hardships of life and soul, Silvio remained generous and nobly assisted Foscolo, who was struggling between his unwanted entanglements, offering him the help of his few available funds. And he benefited him in ways beyond money with these other words: do not give up. Think of mother, of the homeland, of the happy probability of a better life, where the being of beings will bring justice to the wicked and good to the weak and the strong. Think of mother, do what she would approve. He added as a final vow, may God reunite us under the sky of the two only countries in the world that I love, Italy and Greece, nurturing the ungrateful peoples of Europe. For when Silvio wrote thus to Foscolo, informing his cousin after a long silence of having emerged from his despair, not through a resolution, but through an action begun whose continuation no longer depended on him. Santorre had committed himself with the London-based Philhellenic Relief Committee to leave with other Italian exiles for Greece. He saw Foscolo again, Foscolo who, for Greece in those epic years of its rebirth, did nothing else but write for Paga, betrayed by England to the Turks, a book that he lacked the courage to publish, which Burchet, residing in England, did publish, The Refugees of Paga, a scathing curse against that criminal market. They met again with Scalvini present, and when Santorre said goodbye, asking if there was anything he needed for Greece, Foscolo, avoiding the question, took a sheet of paper and read these translated verses from Homer. Santarosa listened, perhaps thinking at that moment what he himself wrote to a friend just days later. One has a strong spirit, it is best to act, to write or to die. On November 5th, 1824, together with Collegno, once again comrades in arms, they set sail from England with these sentiments that, in a letter to cousin, exalt every virtuous soul. My dear friend, I had no sympathy for Spain, and there, for that very reason, I would not have been good. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Silvio. To nothing. But Greece, the homeland of Socrates, do you understand? I love it with a love that holds something august within it. The Greek people, valiant and good, having survived centuries of slavery, are brothers to me. Italy and Greece share the same fate, and since I cannot do anything for my homeland, to Greece I must dedicate these few years of vigor left to me. I carry your Plato with me. The first letter I will write will be from Athens, and prepare your commissions for the homeland of our masters, and to Pravana in Naples of Romania on December 10th. I write to you. He also wrote to his Carolina Hoop on my arrival in this holy land. I am not far from a few miles from the place where Agamemnon, the king of kings, was betrayed, pierced, and avenged. This country was perhaps, as for the comforts of life, not dissimilar from its present state at the time preceding the Trojan War. The Turkish scimitar does every straw of civilization. Oh, how I despise who criticize the Crusades. I know nothing about what I will be and do. Perhaps we shall soon see the homeland of Socrates, or Silvio, a legitimate son of ancient sages and heroes, indeed saw the homeland of Socrates, and he could exult in his ever young enthusiasm upon reaching Piraeus, ascending the Acropolis after visiting Epidaurus and the island of Aegina, where he visited the temple of Zeus Panhellenic. In Athens, he added his name to that of a worthy fellow citizen, Count Vidua, a bold and studious traveller, and more dearly, he wrote down his own and the names of his two Louis, Ornato and Pravana, on a column in the temple of Sunia Minerva. But the joy granted him on this pilgrimage of his faith caused sorrowful pain. It was the coldness with which the leaders of the Greek movement, secretly instructed by the London committee that had ungraciously and had not hidden it seen his departure, received Count Santarosa, a man upon whose name, more gravely than others, weighed the sentence of death. The persecution, all European police forces, those very European forces in which even then wretched Greece was forced to place her trust. He himself had had a presentiment of this when, near the end of their journey, as they reached the mountains of Peloponnese, the others were exulting. He alone leaned against a cannon. I don't know why, he said to his colleague, it saddens me that the journey is ending. I fear that Greece does not correspond to my idea. Who knows how we will be received and what fate awaits us? They were forced to confess to him that his very known name could compromise the Greek government with the Holy Alliance, and therefore he should take another name if he wanted to stay, without even then and being offered a command or any kind of direction. For they said, we need money more than men at that point. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Silvio. Silvio and the others were unable to show him that he was free from all ties to the country that so reluctantly accepted his sword and blood, yet the valiant man persisted and remained. Under the name de Rossi, the former Piedmontese minister adopted the uniform of a simple Greek soldier. The Holy Alliance pursued its victim as far as this, while suspiciously watching especially Austria against Russia over the entire Greek Revolution, from which it had even managed to divert the blessing of the Pope, the good, at the time heroic Pius V, whose unstained conscience brutally violated by Austria, which forced him to bear the burden of having rejected the Greeks' requests for the union of the two Greek and Latin churches, on condition that they be received on the protection of the pontiff and the Christian powers. Thus, the Roman Curia once again lowered its gaze to the level of its temporal and illegitimate Italian interests, in opposition to the sublime Catholic interests of Christianity. Destined for the siege of Patras, Santarosa found himself on April 21st, after a military engagement against Ibrahim Pasha's troops facing Navarino. He remained there, as the besieged square lacked the means to offend the enemy. Silvio was entrusted with command of the engineers. Between that battle with Egyptian troops and his entry into Navarino, a single drop of water managed to penetrate beneath glass covering the portraits that Santorre always carried with him of his sons. Upon drying it, he discovered that his face had been erased from the portrait of Teodoro. He was greatly disturbed, as if by an ominous sign. He wept and turned to Silvio, saying, "He scents I will never see him again." During those final 15 days of his magnificent feat, the heroic soldier reads Shakespeare, Tacitus in a translation by de Vanzetti, and Tiresias in a work by Provana. Meanwhile, the square, unable to be liberated by the Greek fleet, was increasingly squeezed by the Turks, who were now just 100 steps from the wall. It was then decided to reinforce the garrison on the island of Sphacteria at the mouth of the port, and 100 men were sent there. One of them insisted on being Santorre. It was May 7th. The next morning, he notified Silvio of the possibility of an enemy landing on the island, which they indeed carried out a few hours later, and by noon the island was in the hands of Suleiman Bey. Out of the 1,000 men defending it, some had been collected by Greek ships that were circling in the harbour. 2 managed to swim to safety and reported that many others had reached Navarino Old through a ford to the north of the island. But by the 10th, even that castle was in Turkish hands. Navarino, after attempting desperate defences and Silvio wounded on one arm, suggested that they all be buried among the ruins of the citadel, had to surrender. The representatives who went to the enemy camp on the 16th were joined by Silvio solely to track down his poor friend, God knows with what heart. Suleiman Bey was most courteous in response to his requests, but ultimately did not help researchers. And while Colegno waited, behold, an old man with a long beard appeared from the ranks of the Turks, and exclaimed, "How's out Santarosa to Sphacteria? And I didn't know it?" And I couldn't, for a second time, save his life. It was that Polish colonel who had 4 years earlier rescued him from the hands of the Carabinieri of Carlo Phillis, and now, after fighting for freedom in France, Naples, Piedmont, and with Colegno himself in Spain, he was a soldier of Ibrahim Pasha for Turkish tyranny, unhappy adventurers, and there were others too, unfortunately, even Italians, and under the same flags with the same past, driven down by poverty and despair, as the former Polish colonel confessed to Colegno. And 2 big tears carved his tanned cheeks. Moreover, even genuine Turks knew the name of Santarosa, and they looked at me sadly. Right, the brave Colegno, with a high human note, and had pity on me coming to seek my friend, probably already dead, and so it was. A soldier declared 2 days later that he had seen his body. A pair of glasses had passed through the hands of other soldiers, and only among the defenders of Sphacteria who wore glasses was it confirmed to be Santarosa. It was rumoured that he had been the mouth of a cave by a renegade Maltese, and such an assassin suited well to the man, who was an exemplary embodiment of unwavering faith in the highest ideals, religiously observed and sealed with blood. Colegno, after the surrender of the square, offended and bitter from the distrust of Greek leaders, which grew after the chivalrous reception that the Bey and the Passi had given him on the field, and even more distressed by their behaviour towards the person and memory of Santarosa, left. Unfortunately, he could say that he found greater mourning for his friend among the Muslim tents than among those they had come to fight for. In that same year, 1825, while solemn funerals were held in Naples for the fallen of Sphacteria, that name was not mentioned in the funeral oration, and a late inadequate apology were these words from an Hellenic newspaper: the hard-working friend of the Greeks, Count Santarosa, fell as a valiant warrior in that battle. Greece loses a sincere friend of its independence and an experienced officer whose knowledge and activity could have been of great use to them in this ward. The last words known about Santorre were spoken to a French Philhellene the morning of August 8th. As soon as the reinforcement landed, all friends are well. I came with Captain Simo to strengthen this crucial point of defense. I feel very uncomfortable among these Greeks because my ancient Greek doesn't help me understand a word they say. The worst is that there's great disorder among this people. I don't expect anything good from them. Come with us to the battery, said the Frenchman, who was attached to Prince Mauro Codeto's staff. No, replied Santarosa. He wanted to see the Turks up close a bit, and he stayed. The fatal news reached Ornato first in Paris. From him in Turin came Pravana. He reopened the newspaper of the four, and with a trembling hand, with that pain that has no tears, he wrote, "Today, my Santorre, I heard news of your death. Your death! No, it will not be. No, it is not. You excellent man, loving father, so necessary to your children. Me an useless plant. I write about you to you in this notebook that has not been used for many years to bear our words. Oh, my Santorre! Oh, friend! Am I to blame for your exile? Forgive me. If only I could cry over you as I etch." And Ornato wrote to Pravana, "We will never see him again on this earth. We will never see again that loyalty of a friend, that fortitude of a brave man, that devotion of an honest man to his duty. He has paid his debt in full, and more than his debt. Only he lives on in us, and he also lived in his cousin. It was for him that, some time later, Colonel Fabia placed on the fatal island, precisely at the place where it is believed Santorre fell, a memorial to Count di Santarosa, killed on May 9, 825. It was the cousin who, in 1838, when he fell ill and thought himself close to death, entrusted, in fragrant pages of the most generous affection, the memories of the proscribed friend, and recommended them to the Prince of Cisterna. And since August 15, 1827, one of his volumes of Plato bears on the front this noble dedication in memory of Count Santorre di Santarosa, born in Savigliano on September 18, 1788, a soldier at 11 years old, and sometimes an upper officer and civilian and military administrator, minister of war, during the events of 1821, author of the work titled De Liare Evolution, P. Montes, died on the field of honor on May 9, 1825, on the island of Sphacteria near Navarino, fighting for Greek independence, and unfortunate in having his noblest designs fail. A body of iron, a righteous spirit, exquisite sensitivity, inexhaustible energy, the superiority of strength with the attractiveness of goodness, the purest enthusiasm of virtue that inspired him according to circumstances, either audacity or moderation at all tests, disdain for fortune and vulgar joys, faith in the Christian with the lights of new ideas, loyalty of a knight even in the appearance of revolt, administrative qualities with the intrepidness of a soldier. The most opposed and rare qualities were all bestowed on him in vain. Without a suitable field of action, without a complete knowledge of his time and the men of this time, he passed as a romantic character, while there was in him a warrior and a statesman. But no, he did not throw away his life for vain shadows. He could be mistaken at the moment and about the means, but everything he wanted will be accomplished. Now House Savoy will not be unfaithful to its history. Greece will not return under Muslim rule. Others have had greater influence on my spirit and ideas, but he made me know the soul of a hero whom do I owe more. It is to him. I saw him attacked by all. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Silvio, the pains that can be welcomed in a man's heart banished from his country, proscribed, having his property confiscated, condemned to death by those he had wanted to serve, unknown for a moment and slandered by most of his fellow citizens, forever separated from his wife and children, and under the weight of the noblest affections and the most painful, without future, without asylum, and almost without binding persecution where he had come to seek refuge, arrested, thrown in prison, at risk of being handed over to his government, which meant the gallows, and I saw him not only unshaken but calm, just striving to understand his enemies instead of hating them, excusing error, forgiving weakness, more thoughtful of others than of himself, imposing reverence on his judges, inspiring devotion in his captors. And when suffering intensified, he remained convinced that a strong soul shapes its own destiny, and that true misfortune lies only in vice and cowardice, always ready for death, but attached to life out of respect for God and virtue, strong in the will to be happy, almost achieving it through this power of will, the vivacity and docility of his imagination, and the immense sympathy of his heart. Such was Santarosa, you whom I met too late, whom I lost too soon, whom I could love without measure and without regret, as it is my lot to outlive you, Santorre. Be forever my star. Thus, from two Frenchmen, the highest honors were bestowed on a man who had begun to be Italian by hating the French violators of his homeland. Today, we who, through Vittorio Cousin's words, feel the heartbeats of him who wrote them, and also that other heart which, no longer beating, yet inspired them from beyond the grave. Let us wish for the future, not just the two Latin peoples on either side of the Alps, but all of Christian civilization, if it is to be anything more than a vain name to reconcile and unite. Let us hope that our homeland, this homeland to whose service such noble and pure victims were offered, this homeland whose triumph was a claim for liberty and justice, may be Italy herself, strong through alliances from which, other than that in which the name of Santa was profaned, nothing has to fear civilization, nothing to hope for barbarism. Yea, the name Santarosa remained as a memory and symbol of every highest and most generous idea. Such among us, such, let us quickly say, among the Greeks risen to freedom. In June 1845, the Austrian censorship prohibited Luigi Prevana's book, Critical Studies on the History of Italy in the Time of King Ardoino. And Prevana, in a letter sharing the honorable decision, wrote to your most honored memory, Santorre Santarosa, my friend and almost brother, I dedicate and consecrate this decision of the Austrian censorship, issued against my book as a monument to my devotion towards this our common homeland, for which you, happier than me, laid down on the island of Sphacteria. Translation: Life dying for Greece's independence. And as early as 1869, long before Tommaso, who in Santarosa, man of thought and action, hailed the most accomplished Italian of the century, a monument arises in his Savigliana. In it, his figure in a minister of war uniform holds in his left hand the Constitution of 21 and rests his right hand on the hilt of a sword crowned with laurel. This is Santarosa, minister and warrior, who, through a generous sacrifice of himself, was missing from his Piedmont to Piedmont of Carlo Alberto, finally crossing the Ticino for Italy's independence, to Piedmont, sung by Giosuyosu Carducci in the spiritual vision of the patriots of 21 and 32, who after expiation in Porto accompany before God the soul of the Italian Hamlet. A tear fell upon the lifeless eyes, slowly a smile's shadow wandered. Then from on high came a spirit's flight, and death encircled the king. Before all noble Piedmont, those who rest at Sphacteria, and gave to Alessandria the first Doric tricolor, Santorre Santarosa. And together to God they escorted Carl Alberto's soul. Behold the king, Lord, who scattered him, the king who struck him down. Now, Lord, he is dead too as we died, for Italy God. Give his homeland back to the dead, to the living, through steaming blood from all the fields, for the pain that weighs upon them, to the huts, for glory God. That was in those years, through martyrdom, God that now reigns at this hour. Over that heroic dust agitating, to this angelic light exultant, give the homeland back God, give Italy back to Italians. 11 years ago, in 1886, when Western powers imposed once again a blockade on Greece to protect timid and dark interests, a Greek poet, Gerasimo Marcus from Corfu, now an esteemed 70-year-old, sang, when the glorious wounded tide, Italy, with all of the West, began to send out wails from Santa Rosa's tomb. And if at ear whispers from where lies the generous one, still his divine mouth can be heard to say these words with eternal desire, children of Italy. May it be that in me, even in my grave, the homeland could bring a spark of life to my cadaver, my chest, as if still moved by the breath of vital air, from death's seat participated in your sorrows day and night. Great was the affliction of my soul, when the heavy burden of evil sometimes made you falter in your first trust, but from this land turned into my honored deathbed. Even on harsh winter days, hope emerges like fresh grass. Therefore I sent my voice like a swallow, fearing that perhaps your soul's sorrows might discourage you forever. I reminded you of Greece enslaved, which received baptism in a sacred river with its precious blood, and immediately the trust shone bright again in every gaze. Oh, as soon as Italy beheld Triumph Day, such joy felt exulting entirely. Greece, the firstborn daughter of liberty, adorned herself with flowers. Here is the translation while preserving the name. Silvio, my beloved land, which still embraces me in its arms. Then I felt a flame of desire for the sweet, redeemed land of Italy. How many times, seeing one of our ships that time swiftly sailing, have I said with passion, bring me, O brothers, to the beautiful homeland. No go now, Lord, now, go far away, let no one disturb my bones. Meanwhile, while I wash with tears your miserable and fearful work, here I will stay. He stays and waits. And the Italian ships, the ships on which the White Cross flaps, for which the men of 1821 heroically anticipated the future of their country, are once again pushed towards the east. Oh, let us not forget that the spirit of Santorre Santarosa still hovers crucially over that sacred sea. April 14, 1897. Index, the thoughtful, page 5 Pellico, 49 secret societies in Romagna and the Revolution of 1831-89. Santorre Santarosa died for Greek freedom in 825, 137 notes. Some were omitted during the reading. To translation by my dear friend and colleague, the distinguished Greek scholar and noble Philhellene Professor Giovanni Canna of Pavia University. Transcriber's noti. The original orthography and punctuation are preserved, correcting minor typographical errors without annotation. To translation by my dear friend and colleague, the distinguished Greek scholar and noble Philhellene Professor Giovanni Canna of Pavia University. Transcriber's noti. The original orthography and punctuation are preserved, correcting minor typographical errors without annotation.